right. This is the disclaimer, which I think is too big. I just don't want to read it, so I'm gonna put it up on the screen. And then plus it's in the description. I just want to make sure that the disclaimer is recognized. Now, let's go over to Facebook. And I think this is a recent interview. And then there are definitely plenty of coverage on YouTube through the news and things like that, press conferences as well. But let's just take a look at her Facebook first. And we go into like the complete details. Okay. Miss Sexy Ray, you say you never heard of her. Okay, so this is her. This is a picture of her right here. And as I went through a lot of her photos, it seemed like she was a very spiritual girly, you know, someone that was just in tune with who she is, very vibrant, very dedicated, which is some things that I also read about her here because they gave a breakdown back in August of 2024 of her life story, okay, where they pretty much sum up her personality and why she was loved and some of her struggles. Okay, so here it says she was a young, strong, independent woman that lived a full life and loved by many. She was a daughter, a sister, a granddaughter, a niece, a cousin, a friend, co-worker, an employee. You know, then they go into details. It says Sade was a soldier. In 19 years, she survived multiple instances of sexual, physical, and mental assault and came out stronger. Now I ain't gonna lie, when I read that, it made me wonder if that had anything to do with the reason that Sade thought that it was safe to go out with a man that was 33, 34 and supposedly had a met online. And you know, I don't know, when I read things about people, I just kind of start to wonder, you know, about, I guess, choices. Not to say that any of us is perfect, but I wonder what were they thinking to around that time. I kind of put everything into perspective. So that's basically what I'm getting at. Um, you know, that's heartbreaking to read for me that she had to endure. It says multiple incidents of sexual, physical, and mental assault. That's bothersome to me. It says Sade was also ambitious and hopes and dream to do many great things. Okay. She had her dreams cut short when her life was stolen in a gruesome manner at the young age of 19. And then they have here that she was born in Vicksburg, Mississippi on May 10th, 2004. Her mother moved to Milwaukee, Wisconsin shortly after Sade turned 1. She seemed to have a very close relationship with her mother. As you can see here, her mother is pictured with her fiance or husband or boyfriend here in a red shirt, and her sister that she later had with him. And this is her father here, whom she later went to move with middle school, high school down in Florida. Says she has struggled with hearing issues, requiring outpatient procedures to get tubes in her ear. This caused her to develop a speech delay, and she overcame that. Okay, nonetheless, she was adorable. During the time she spent summer. Okay. Sade would continue attending Craig while she moved to the east side. Okay, with her sister, mother, and father, sister's father. So this is basically just a little bit about her life. It says as she went into 7th grade, Sade, so when she was living with her mother, her stepfather, and things like that, 7th grade, she went to go stay with her father down in Florida with his wife and other child or children. And she seemed to be doing okay there. She went off to college and things. She visited her mother from time to time. She was into music. She got her first car and job at the age of 14. It says, but by the middle of her sophomore year of high school, Sade's mental health was declining. She struggled with suicide attempts while dealing with abuse. She returned to Milwaukee after a long fought battle by her mother to bring her home. So it seemed like she may have suffered some abuse in her mother's care and her somewhere, because she said that she went to her mother, to her grandparents, to her father. So somewhere, we know for a fact that they said at the end of under the father's care, she suffered some abuse there, mental health there, and to the point where she attempted to take her own life at one point, which lets me know that she has some self-esteem issues, which could be the very reason that this monster preyed on her to begin with. Nicole said, what's the reason? It was literally no reason. It was literally no reason for this 33, 34-year-old man to unalive her. Now, maybe she thought that she could, maybe she was trying to follow her mother's footsteps. I noticed that her fiance looked like he was a white man. Maybe she was trying to follow her footsteps and thinking that if she get an older white man, maybe I don't know. I'm just kind of speculating the things that I've picked up in the past couple of days, just trying to catch up with this case. I haven't had a lot of time. But, I'm just really wondering, you know, her mother said that she was very protective of her. I don't know. I just think 19. Can we normalize keeping our children at home past 19, past 18? I ain't saying keep them there till they 30, but let them stay. Like she said, her daughter was off paying her own bills in college, but she wasn't staying on campus. I don't know, y'all. What y'all think? Just for me, like I don't. My girl, my boys too. Like, The Sexy Race say it's sad how men want to unalive women. It is sad, and it is at an all-time high. I tell y'all, reported according to statistics, every 4 hours a woman is being unalived to the hands of a man. The most highly rated reason that Black women visit the hospital is due to domestic violence. Outside of illnesses and diseases, it's domestic violence. But I do feel like there was an esoteric and energetic meaning behind her death, which is what I mostly think about a lot of women who are being unalived by men, specifically Black women. I wonder what made him want, like you say, what was the reason? It's like, what was he thinking? What was he thinking? And then it was said that his friend went to his house because it happened on April 2nd, 2024, the unaliving. March 5th, he had a friend go to his house who seen the layout of the basement. He had a tarp, he had knives, he had all of these things looking like he's prepared to slaughter something. And he flat out told the friend that he was going to unalive Sade Robinson. She was a sacrifice, as far as I'm concerned. It's always about sacrifice. It's always about the energy. It's always about the media trying to push this narrative, especially being as though I realized that she was very spiritual and in tune with herself. That's what she gives. And I feel like the media be trying to push these narratives and put it out there. Like, and I know that she read crystals and things like that. Like, what are y'all trying to say? What messages they trying to push out? You know? I know what they trying to push out, and I know what they trying to say. Hold on, I cannot see these comments for some reason. It's so small. It's so small. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back to the chat. This is a really smart, outgoing girl. Self-sufficient. And her mother says she had last seen her on Easter, I mean, next year. Okay, and it says on April 1st, 2004, Sade FaceTime her mother before going to work at the Pizza Shuttle. That was the last time she heard from her. She went straight from work to Twisted Fisherman, where she was meeting Maxwell Steven Anderson on a first date. They then moved to Duke's on Water, which was the last time she was publicly seen before entering his house and never being seen leaving it alive. The next day, her car was found arson, so he burned the vehicle. She was reported missing after she didn't show up for work, which was so out of her character that her coworker knew to call the police. And a severed leg, later revealed to be hers, was found at a Warnemount Park, her phone's last known location. So they was able to kind of pinpoint everywhere that she had went around that time up until they lost the connection. But they pretty much knew exactly where to look because her mother had her location through the locating app on a phone. So that was a good thing about this case. They didn't have to search, too much or too long for her body parts. Now, I don't know if they found her head If anybody know in the chat, let me know. I just read that they found, you know, the leg, the torso, the foot. Crazy. Crazy, just craziness. Okay. So again, this is Miss Sade Robinson here pictured. Let me look at the comments really quick. He do look crazy, crazy ass. And I'm gonna show you another picture because that picture do him justice right there. When I seen him in the court, but my first thought was, what did she see in him? What was it? That was literally, he is hideous. He has this big ass head. It just looked like Jimmy Neutron about the head, and he just looks psychotic. You say there was blood found in his house that wasn't his nor hers. Wow. You say I'm in Milwaukee. Her head hasn't been okay. Because that's what they said the other day, that her head wasn't found. So that's confirmation. Thank you, Truest B-Boy. And I just want to make sure that we are aware of this story, this young lady's story here on the channel. So, you know, just to spread the awareness. I don't have all the facts, but I read as much as I could about her case. Okay. You say the kids are growing up too fast. Shoot. It says, why was she working at 14 and buying a car? This is why mental health so high in teens nowadays. Now, I wondered that too, Hustle and Scrubs. You know, I know a lot of people don't like when, you know, we kind of be critical in situations, like we start to critically think in times like this, because, you know, some of us do wonder. I wondered that too. Hell, I was working at 14. I don't think I should have been working at 14. My personal reason that I was working at 14 is because my mama wasn't buying me all the things that I wanted and needed all the time. So I felt the need that I had to take charge and work myself, you know. So I was thinking maybe that was her thought process too. And then the fact that she did suffer, this is per her family. Somebody posted this on her Facebook page. Okay. So we're going based off of what they said about her. They said she suffered sexual, mental, and physical abuse. Who was abusing her is the question. Somebody felt the need to put that in her biography, or, you know, their breakdown of their observation of her life. So why did they put that, and who was she abused by? Angie says, oh, thank you, Angie. I think you said Isis. You say he's done it before. That sounds believable. That sounds believable. Thank you, Angie. Say that was blood found in his. Okay, yeah, he does look crazy. Okay, I read those. Joniah Walker. Say supposedly she was working at the same pizza shuttle the same pizza shuttle at Sade. Wow, and that says she's been missing since 2022. So he could be a serial. You know what? He could be a serial one, because I don't think that, you know, he gives Jeffrey Dahmer. He gives psychopath, sociopath. He gives I would just do this for fun type of, that's his energy. And when you look at him, that's what it gives. So that is believable. Just more of her. And y'all know who she looks a lot like? She look a lot like Kanika Jenkins to me. A lot like her. You know, for a teenager to want to take her life multiple times and then to wind up in a situation like this, it was also said that she had other relationships where it didn't work out. It was very mentally draining for her. And she had decided that she wasn't going to be in any committed relationships and that she was just going to date. And she took a chance with this sociopath, and he did what he did to her. Like I said, I feel like he saw her as, you know, he must have seen her as nothing. Because why did he do this to her and not any his ex-girlfriend? His ex-girlfriend also gave a testimony in court as well. I was listening to that too. Why did he spare her life, but then take the life of Sade's life instead? It's weird. Look at his ass right here on this picture. Maxwell Anderson, unalive and dismembered 19-year-old Sade first date after watching the Netflix series showing mutilation. Okay, so they went on a date, went to the bar, went out to eat, went to his house. It was said that he watched this Netflix series which seemed to mirror the exact same way that he unalived Sade. It says Maxwell, 34 years old, was convicted of homicide and dismembering a corpse on Friday for the heinous murder of Sade. Okay. One episode of the series called, okay, wait. It says teen Sade then went back to Anderson's apartment. At one point in the night, the alleged unaliver put on a Netflix show, Love, Death, and Robots. One episode was called The Drowned Giant, which portrays the horrific mutilation of a human body on a beach. The ex-girlfriend was a white woman. It says in the chilling similarity, prosecutors have claimed that the monster Anderson dismembered Sade's body on a beach in Wisconsin overlooking Lake Michigan. Juror Melissa Blasco told Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, I was like, blank, that's disgusting because that could have been where he got some of his ideas. Obviously, he got it from somewhere and he wanted to perform these weird fantasies on somebody that he deemed as nothing. I physically felt like I was going to throw up at that point. I know a lot of people were shaking and crying. Anderson was charged with arson and hiding a corpse in a connection with Sade's death. He was found guilty on all counts. So this is his ass right here. Do y'all see that motherfucking head? Something is wrong with him. So it sounds like he targeted her. He did. It was definitely premeditated for quite at least almost 30 days in advance. At least. So he got her guards down. And she went to his house. He got her guards down. She felt comfortable with him to go to his house. Just like, ugh. Okay. Him again in court. Okay, but let's get into some video footage. We just want to make sure we have some clear video. Now, this is Sade. Is this her? I think this might be the picture of her apartment. Hold on. I got to get that right. Closing arguments. I'm not sure exactly where she headed right here. Not sure. But this was that night. This was that evening. Okay. Yeah, very demonic. Very demonic. This is her vehicle. And they said he was riding around in her car before he decided that he was gonna burn it. He was riding around in her vehicle. These are her clothes as he tried to burn it. You can clearly see where he just ripped her clothes off because her underwear is still attached to her pants. And her pants are inside out. Fucking monster. Try to burn the evidence. And it's kind of weird. Somebody say in the comments how only one shoe burnt. It's kind of weird. Do only look like one shoe is burnt. Other one don't barely look touched, but yeah. Let me pull up y'all. Let me pull up my other screen for y'all questions. I can't see on the screen too small. Can't see it. Okay. Right, they said a friend. Right, they said a friend. When I read it, it said a friend. I read an article. Said he had been using fake pictures because ain't no way she chose to go on a date with this creep. And you know what? Sometimes women will look past a look if the vibe is on its own. You know what I mean? Like this. Maybe he made her just feel really comfortable, you know, and she kind of was looking past the looks. You know, maybe that's what I was thinking because yeah, he had to what's the word I'm looking for? Like seduce her in a way. Now you see how he look a little different here. you know. He had no business with a 19-year-old girl to begin with. He 34, 30, 33. That you too damn old. She's still a child. 19 to me, you legally grown at 18, but mentally you're not grown at 19. It sounds like she had to grow up fast to me. Sounds like she wasn't protected like she should have been to me. She was extremely vulnerable. She's had mental health issues, and he took advantage of it. This is them at the bar. So she seemed comfortable. You know what I mean? It looks like she seems comfortable. And then we don't know if at the end of the night he forced her to go to his apartment. Maybe he switched then, while he was in a car and forced her to go with him to his house. So you see how he looked different here now versus the other picture? Oh, he looked like he had a little man bun going on, so white boys do the little man bun and stuff. That was him seen on a bus, city bus. It's them again. And then this is the beach where they say they found a part of her. This is also the same beach that his ex said that they went to too. See, his hair is different. I knew it was something. I'm like, he did something different. He cut his hair off. Since that last footage that they had of him in April 2024, he did something different. He looked more crazy here. Or on that one picture. Yeah, that make him look more crazy. That fucking haircut. If he had that haircut that night, I'm sure she wouldn't have went. Cause no. Walk away, your family died. Wait, who said it says walk away or your family dies? That was the exact message sent to Anthony Cotton, the lawyer defending Maxwell Anderson. What? It says the man accused of unaliving 19-year-old Sade Robinson after just one date. Sade went missing after meeting Anderson. Soon parts of her remains were found, confirming their worst fears. Police moved quickly. Anderson now faces grave charges. But who sent the threat? It said despite threats to his family, he chose to continue. Deepest condolences to Sade's family. So apparently his lawyer was getting threatened. Yeah, his lawyer was getting threats for defending him. Says pieces of her were left in the trash. Her leg was found first, then her torso. Her arm washed up later. So it may have washed up from the water. And then it says, but in court, she was remembered in pink by loved ones who watched Maxwell Anderson get convicted for unaliving her. He burned her vehicle and dumped her remains. Wow. Somebody said somebody was bashing her. You know, people are weird. Mm. It says the house and basement of Anderson's home. I thought they said he stayed in an apartment. Was it a house or an apartment? Nicole says she doesn't trust those people, and this is a sad situation. Look, me either. But it says the house and basement of Anderson's home were free of evidence of Sade Robinson's blood or other indicators. People are starting to understand what I mean now. If this guy is part of this case, he didn't do it alone. I thought they did find. Okay, maybe this is not accurate information. I don't want to say that and it's not accurate because I thought they did find her blood at his place. I have to confirm that, but this is her mother. Her name is Sheena Scarborough. And she's said to have started a organization in her daughter's name in honor of her daughter as well. Okay, they found blood, but not hers. That's what you said. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so that would make sense then if somebody else could have been involved. It may have happened somewhere else where he dismembered her. Blood in the house does not match Sade's. Okay, right. That's what it's saying. Okay. And then, okay, so this must have been the house that they seen the daddy coming out of. I seen a video. I couldn't hear the sound, but I seen a video of somebody looking. They look like him, but an older version, and that looks like the house right here. Says blood on the bed and on the walls leading to the basement were found in Anderson's Milwaukee home, and the blood shows it does not belong to Sade. Mm. Yeah, I think this was definitely a serial. You know what? And unfortunately, hopefully they be able to link him to some more disappearances because I'm sure she's not the only black girl that's been missing. They sold the house right after he got arrested. I'm sure they did. Cowards. This not dude first time. I think once he got booked, he confessed to some other stuff. I'm looking for this video now. The water where they found some evidence of her. Definitely do. You say yes, his family. Okay, you said it's sad how these older men want these young women. Yep. Since the beginning of time, seem like. Yes, Sade's Voice is the name of the organization that we see here. Sade's Voice. And I did read that they did raise, I believe it was $64,000 on a GoFundMe. I'm looking for a specific video right now.
crack in the disappearance and dismemberment murder of a beautiful teen girl, Sade Robinson. Did the spoiled brat son of a Milwaukee millionaire lure Sade on a date turned murder? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories, and I want to thank you for being with us.
The limb was found in or near the water, east of the golf course near the pump house. There are steep cliffs leading to the shoreline in that area, and large numbers of police canvassed the area and kept away gawkers.
3 days after the Warnemont Park discovery, another call to police about a severed body part. 11 miles away from the shores of Lake Michigan in a Milwaukee West Side neighborhood, a body part is found at a playground. Within 24 hours, police respond to another call about the discovery of human remains. On Saturday, just a few blocks from the same West Side Milwaukee area as Friday's discovery, police set up a crime scene near a park.
After a car is found on fire, paired with a pet tribute blanket found near some of the human remains, police began to focus on a beautiful young teen girl, Sade. Listen.
Sade Robinson graduates with honors a semester early from Riverside High School. She continues her education at Milwaukee Area Technical College, working towards her associate's degree in criminal justice. In fact, she's only a month away from graduating, but Robinson hasn't been spending all her time in the books. She works through high school and college at the Pizza Shuttle on Milwaukee's Lower East Side. She makes such a difference at work that her coworkers say Robinson is considered the heart of Pizza Shuttle. Former owner Mark Gold says she is the type of employee who never calls out and is loved by customers and her coworkers.
You know, joining me is a very special guest along with an all-star panel. Seriously, the Brain Trust. But just hearing Holden Zappel speaking from crimeonline.com about Sade, she's everything you want your child to be. She's this fantastic student. She is working while she's going to school, very close family, tons of relatives in the military, and she is inspired to consider the U.S. Air Force. I mean, this is the girl we all want to have. And just look at her. I remember my grandmother, I would give her my school picture every year. And she could say, I can just see the mischief coming out of your eyes. Look at this girl. Can't you just see the joy? Just the love of life, crackling smart, just beaming out of her. How in the world did she cross paths with an alleged spoiled brat killer, the son of a Milwaukee millionaire, a former ex-high school football star, now a 30-something bartender? You know what? I want to get off him and back to Sade. Let me see that beautiful face again. Liz, I want to see that picture of Sade in her. Look at her. I like the one of her in her. She's at home. There's a big cross on the wall behind her, and she's got on her. She's getting ready for cap and gown. There. Oh my goodness. In addition to our all-star panel of trial lawyer Eric Faddis, renowned psychologist Dr. John Delatorre, death investigator Professor Joe Scott Morgan, and investigative crime reporter Alexis Tereszchuk, a special guest joining me. This is Sade's mother, Miss Sheena Scarborough. I didn't know you were going to hold that up, and just showing that says it all. It just says it all. You know, Miss Scarborough, whenever I have to travel for work, my backpack is so heavy because I have all these mementos of the twins I carry with me and set up wherever I am.
No, I hear you talk about
And
your
it's
twins a
just,
lot.
it's just killing me to think that you have this picture instead of your girl. First of all, tell me about Sade.
Sade is beautiful, beautiful soul. I knew that my kids were very special and different. My parents raised me, they raised us. We are light workers. We put out positive energy, we exert, we help others. I'm a community advocate as a personal way of my life, the way I live. I've worked for others, I help others my whole life. I've raised my daughters that way. My daughters have excelled. I have 2 daughters. This has caused so much emotional effect to my family, my parents who love my baby so much, her grandparents, her uncles, her aunties, the community. Everyone has pulled up. This has affected many people in Milwaukee. I'm coming here today. This is the hardest thing I would ever have to do in my life, to speak Sade's voice. Sade was a beautiful soul. She was an amazing girl. Nancy, everything you spoke was exactly what my daughter exerted. I couldn't have asked for any better daughter. There was things my daughter did that many adults were not even able to accomplish in their lifetimes. And I'll be 43 in a week. My birthday's on April 27th. Sade's birthday's on May the 10th. I had her on Mother's Day. The son of a... I'm gonna watch my language on this platform. The son of a took my daughter from me a month before she's graduating with her Associate of Arts degree. She works so hard. She's a full-time student. She has 2 full-time jobs. She has her own little bachelorette apartment. She doesn't stay in a college dorm campus. She has her own bachelorette apartment. She has her own car. She pays all of her own bills. This is traumatizing, Nancy. I never expected this to pull up on my front door. This isn't normal. This is a 2024 Jeffrey Dahmer. I need him held accountable. I need justice for Sade. There has been a lot of, many Black and brown girls that have been gone missing in Milwaukee for a moment. And all of them are going to be held accountable now because they mess with the wrong family. They mess with the wrong family because we're not going to sit quiet and we're not going to sit still. And we're going to call all of them out and we're going to speak for the whole community. Because I'm not about to sit down and I'm not about to sit still on this one. It's justice for Sade, Nancy. It's justice.
Miss Scarborough, I feel like anything I or anybody on this panel could say right now, it pales compared to what you just said. And believe me, Miss Scarborough, this story of Sade has not just touched people in Milwaukee. It has touched people around the world. And when you say you're not going to sit back, neither are we until there is justice for your girl and the other missing and murdered girls across Milwaukee. They're not all just missing. They're dead. Many of them are dead. Guys, with me is Sade's mother, who is in so much pain but she is joining us tonight to speak out for Sade. What happened? What led up to this night?
Yes, Nancy. Yes. Nancy, the last time I spoke to my daughter was on Easter Sunday, okay? We seen her. She came by my parents' home. We spent the Sunday together. This was Easter Sunday, okay? I cooked for them. Both of my daughters, we all met by my parents' house where I'm currently at. We all commute here. All my girls are busy. My youngest is 16. They have a lot of activities. They're working. They go to school. I have very successful and independent, self-sufficient daughters. We harm and hurt nobody. We just put out and help others into the universe. Okay. So I seen like it's just it's like she's a 19, 20-year-old young lady. Okay. We all at this age, we have a lot of friends. She's not in a relationship. She didn't have a boyfriend. She wasn't tied down to anyone. She's single and she's dating. I knew she hung out with her coworkers at Pizza Shuttle. They went out to little bars and hung out sometimes. I'm a very concerned mother. I'm very overprotective. I always would put in Sade's ear, be careful. I don't trust these people around Milwaukee. I'm just that extra type of mom. And my daughter's always, Mom, just sit back. I try to give them space, let them be independent. But I just been having this vibe and intuition. And I have been wanting her just to like not hang out and go out to places for some reason. And I don't know exactly, and I'm still trying to find out the facts. But I know that this type of this individual, and I want to make clarity because there's been a lot of trolls, there's been a lot of media I can't interact and deal with. I'm grieving my daughter right now. I want respect. I need time. This is about advocating not only for my daughter, but for all of the young women that are missing and for the actions that have been taken to find my daughter. And just there's a lot of information, but I need the community and people to know that my daughter helps others. She was a positive spirit. They're claiming this was a first date. Like, it's just a first date. She never mentioned this dude to us. And
we're learning a little bit about that. We're learning a little bit about that. Take a listen to Dave Mack, Crime Online.
A month away from turning 20, Sade Robinson tells a maintenance worker at her building that she's excited about her first date with 33-year-old Maxwell Anderson. Robinson texts Anderson about where to eat and tells him she's feeling seafood. Anderson takes Sade to a place he used to work, the Twisted Fisherman. After dinner, they spend some more time together having drinks at Duke's on Water. The couple leaves Duke's together around 9 p.m.
Straight out to Alexis Tereshchuk joining us, crimeonline.com investigative reporter. I want to make sure that we're right about that. This was at most a first, maybe a second, but most likely a first date. Probably nothing that she was telling everybody about. Tell me how we know, Alexis, that the two actually went out, because reports are in our investigation tells us that there may have been either surveillance footage or witnesses placing them at Twisted Fisherman, where he worked, and then later at Duke's on Water. How do we know that they were together that night?
They met there. There are multiple surveillance cameras outside these restaurants, both of them, that show her arriving, walking through the east side of the restaurant. He arrived on the west side of the restaurant. There's such good video footage of this. This is just such a good, helpful part of the case. They go there together. He used to work there at the Twisted Fisherman. So the bartender there spoke with police and said they came in, they sat at the bar together, they had a drink. It seemed friendly and casual. Nothing that would alert the bartender to anything that was wrong.
I just want to say too that it was said that she did not have any drugs in her blood, or they tested her bone marrow, I believe, but she didn't have any substances in her findings. Okay, only caffeine is what they said. So yeah,
He said they just had a few drinks and they left within an hour.
because I seen someone on Facebook too trying to say maybe she had took drugs or something like that. That wasn't the case.
They then, according to surveillance, leave together, surveillance videos, to the next place.
Joining us an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But to Miss Scarborough, this is Sade's mother. Miss Scarborough, when did you I know that right now you're at your parents' home. I know that Sade, as you beautifully described it, had her own little bachelorette pad that she paid.
I've seen. I don't know. It doesn't seem like her mother. You say she wasn't old enough to be at Duke's. Oh, wait, I've been missing some comments, y'all. Hold up. Say no lie, this is looking kind of weird. My sense of source energy, that's why I just paused it. Because I'm just, it's not giving what it needs to give for me either. I don't know. Her mother doesn't seem sincere to me. She doesn't seem like she is really emotional. And I know people grieve differently. I know people, I don't know. I just don't see any tears. It seems very staged. And I know, like I said, that they gained $69,000 or $64,000 from this tragedy, and she's staying with her mother, so she probably gonna take some of that money, go buy her a house or something like that. But my spidey senses is telling me something ain't right, and she said something feels forced. I know I know it really happened, but something is off. Right, something off. Source energy, I'm with you on that. She said it's the fact. She said Jeffrey Dahmer. Right, I was thinking the same thing, but she said it too. She said and that they was light workers. That's, see, y'all picking it up. See, I didn't want to say nothing just yet, but y'all picking it up. It's like they using all this spiritual terminology, but it's not given connected to source. It's not given that. Even when Nancy Grace seemed like she faking, like a motherfucker. Seemed like she faking. Say he also, like, and then to keep saying we're light workers, but your daughter clearly suffered a tremendous amount of abuse. She tried to unalive herself not once, but multiple times. Multiple times. She has severe mental issues. Somebody trying to take their life, they're on edge. And they're covering something up here. I seen a lot of red. I seen red and yellow too, y'all. For those that know how I feel about red and yellow. This was a whole operation and a sacrifice, period, point blank. Say something don't sit right, though. I don't know what exactly it is. Exactly. Say he also dismembered her. He knew something. Motherfucker just don't. Right, like, why? Like, you already unalive. What do you need to chop her up for? That's crazy. And then spread it around Milwaukee. He tried to send a message. And the fact that they're using spiritual terminology, they're trying to specifically send a message to the real light workers. This was a fear tactic. This was a fear operation. Just like Naziah, Kamani Latique, London Thomas, same thing here. It be the same agenda. Different tactics, same agenda. He said she was comfortable dating older men because she was pretty mature for her age. I get that. But again, I've been 19 before, and as a fully grown adult, I look back at my teens, even 19, 20, 21, and I had kids at that time. I still wasn't ready for none of the stuff that I was forced out. I was forced out. I felt like I was mature enough to talk to older men too. But does it make it right? Not necessarily. Not to me. Not to me. No 33-year-old have any business talking to a 19-year-old girl at all. Hell, not even 10 years older than her. He should have been maybe 2-3 years tops. Not that it will make a difference, because people crazy at any age. So I'm not saying it will make a difference in, a person's mental state. But, definitely our girls need to be dating around their age. Most men who are older than women, they're trying to manipulate them and groom them. And, they have a hidden motive most of the time. You say she wasn't even old enough to be in Dukes, the bar. Nicole says, I think the mother knew she was going on a date with him. She claims she didn't know, which I find very strange, because she had her location. This is why we're going through this the way we're going through it, because she stated that she had her daughter's location. Probably not in this interview, but I definitely read it. So she could see where she was. And she said that she was always worried about her daughters and keeping up with their whereabouts. So, and not to mention, now she did say in this interview that her intuition was telling her that something was off and she shouldn't be dating. She specifically said that, which is questionable to me. Because she didn't say, I didn't tell her, she didn't say, I told her not to go on a date. I told her not to date. Well, she claims she told her not to date, but I don't think she told her not to date. I don't think so. I don't feel like she did. Because in the same breath, she said she didn't know she was going on a date. So if she did tell her not to date, that could be the reason why Sade didn't tell her she was going on a date, because she was trying to keep it a secret from her mother, possibly. That could be it. Say Nancy so fake. Say that wig is giving churchy. Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that one, Batman. Let me hit the play button.
Paid for from her 2 jobs. She's working while getting her college degree. Amazing. So when did somebody realize they needed to call you and ask, where's Sade?
Yeah, so it was Wednesday, Nancy. I was at my job. I went to work that morning. I got off. As soon as I got home from work, I was receiving calls from like my mother, my brother. We were all concerned because we all have the 360 location app. Okay. We all share it as a family. So I have the app shared with me, my mom, both of my daughters. Then my daughter also shares, Sade, my oldest daughter, also shares the app with additional friends and like other groups. But I have my own group with her, myself, my mother, and my youngest daughter. So we seen her like at this location Monday. Like again, Monday night, Monday morning, I seen her getting ready for work. She FaceTimed me. Then that evening around 3:45, 4 o'clock, I got a text message from her asking a cash app for $15. My daughter does not ask me for money. Like my daughter makes more money than me. Okay? Literally. That was that boss. Okay. So like, it wasn't a big deal. I'm just that type of mom. You need something, I'm going to cash app it. It's very strange that she asked me for $15 at around 4 o'clock.
What's very odd about that, Miss Scarborough? It reminds me of when Gabby Petito went missing, and her family started getting texts that didn't sound like her. For instance, she wrote about her grandfather. She texted about her grandfather, but she called him by his full name. That would be like me writing my producer right here, Jackie, and going, "Hi, Jackie, how's Jackie today?" It just doesn't make it's just wrong. So you get this test asking for $15, and Sade would never have done that. I mean,
she could
have charged Apple Pay, you name it. So you knew right then something was wrong. And then this. Take a listen to Chief Jeffrey Norman.
On Saturday, April 6th, MPD continued the search in the area and located additional human remains on the railroad tracks. Later in the evening on Saturday, April 6th, MPD returned to the area when Miss Robinson's family located her blanket. At this time, detectives located additional human remains.
According to court documents, the remains found Saturday included human flesh and a foot. The foot had pink nail polish, possibly matching the polish on the leg found days earlier.
Nancy, can I say something
really...
real briefly? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you.
Yes, please do.
I just want to clarify that the community, I want to make this clear, okay? And I'm going to be holding all accountable that have been, I'm not blaming or attacking people. There have been detectives and sergeants that have been pulling up selectively on my team. There has been the community, there have been active members advocating for this case. I know it is affecting many, but there is some faulty things that have been being handled, okay? First of all, I want to correct all of the chief executives that are pulling up from my county and my community that are not pronouncing my daughter's name correctly. I respectfully thank you, Nancy Grace, and your team, the way you guys pulled up respectfully, asked me my name, asked me my daughter's name, and asked how to pronounce it. I respectfully thank you for that. I wanted to tell you that, first of all and foremost, because a lot of people are pulling up and being disrespectful. And this is my own community, the mayor, the chief executive. They have not pulled up to my front porch. They have not told me they're sorry. They have not sent their condolences. They're on the news talking stuff. And the community are the members who found my daughter's remains and other items the second and third and the fourth time. The police was not doing their job the first time correctly. For the community to keep finding stuff and doing their own search parties, because I'm too weak to go out there and search for my daughter. I'm sorry, Nancy.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. You're right. And I got to tell you something, Miss Scarborough. Guys, you are hearing Sade's mother. I always do that every case. And I did it with every case I ever investigated or prosecuted. And this is why this may mean something to you, Miss Scarborough. Because when my fiance was murdered at his funeral, it didn't make me angry or mad. But I remember in the middle of the funeral, I noticed it. The pastor kept referring to me as Mary throughout Keith's entire funeral over and over and over. I mean, I wasn't angry, but I remember it to this day. And it's just one of those things that just stick with you. I know you don't care what any of these politicians say, but for Pete's sake, at least get the name right. At least do that much. Guys, we're talking about, it's so hard for everybody on this panel to talk about this with Sade's mom with us, but she says she wants justice, and justice comes at a price. Let me tell you that. And that price is suffering, and she is suffering right now. But I'm going to talk about these facts, because these facts are what I pray to God.
I don't know. The mama looked like she got on brown, like dark and light brown. That's what it looked like she had on.
Are going to put the son of a Milwaukee millionaire behind bars for life, because I believe in DNA. DNA cannot lie. Science cannot lie. Joe Scott Morgan, we just heard very upsetting details about fingernail and toenail polish on the remains. You tell me, guys. Joseph Scott Morgan, renowned professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, which has an incredible criminal justice program. We've reenacted several crimes together. He is a professor of forensics. He is the author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. And now he's the host of a hit series, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, you know, we talk about DNA all the time, how you can match this and that, and every action has a reaction and leaves a trace. But when it comes down to human talk, like the color of Sade's toenail polish matches the color of her fingernail polish, We're talking about a severed leg and a severed arm. And somebody at the medical examiners went, look, the fingernail polish matches. I don't need DNA. A jury's not going to need DNA, but they're going to have it. Why?
Because every contact, as you mentioned, does in fact leave a trace. We've known that for over 100 years now, and it's coming to fruition here in the world in which we inhabit. You think about things like tool marks and all these other identifiers, fingerprints traditionally, but DNA is going to play a big role in this. And we're talking about proximity, Nancy, with the alleged perpetrator here. He will have had a very intimate contact, unfortunately, with Sade. My apologies, Mrs. Scarborough. I know that this is very painful, but there will have been an intimate contact on some level. Just this idea of dismemberment alone is going to leave a trace behind. And it's not necessarily his trace on her as much as it will be her trace on him potentially. And ultimately, it could be her, Sade, that actually brings him to justice. That's one redemptive point along this, because her DNA will be found on him, and it will be pointing a big accusing finger back at him.
On Wednesday, April the 4th, our investigation led to a person of interest, Maxwell Stephen Anderson, who lives in the 3100 block of South 39th Street, where he was arrested after a traffic stop near the home. A search warrant was conducted.
Not only did blood evidence emerge in his home, this guy, this idiot, technical legal term, left a phone trail a mile wide. You know, when you look at his home, you think, wow, beautiful yard, immaculately kept. You know why? Not because of him. 33-year-old former high school football star. He's a Nepo baby, nepotism baby. This 33-year-old guy, Maxwell Anderson, has a millionaire dad who ran a Milwaukee insurance brokerage firm. Now, what do we know about him?
Well, that would make sense. To that comment, that will make sense. I don't think it's too far-fetched, especially if that's the narrative that they push in a lot of media. Black women ain't dating black men no more. Go get you somebody outside your race. Go for the bag, get the money. Get you a white man. That ain't too far-fetched. Oh, she was hitting the lick. Could have been. Boss T, thank you. Thank you for the super sticker. Boss T also said, it's definitely giving sacrifice, though. I feel we can all agree on that. Definitely. They do be speaking in code. But those who feel, no. We might not be able to break down every single thing, but for the most part, we can. It's like, no, she ain't come from poverty. She wouldn't need to do that. Okay. She say it's giving sacrifice. My friend's mom used to tell her, don't give a man yourself for free. We was literally in high school. And a lot of our mothers say that. A lot of mothers have said that and still saying it today. Say he look old for his age. Deadbeat coming all races. And I worked at a child support office for 5 years. They sure do. It's believable.
Alexis Tereszchuk.
He has a rap sheet. He has been arrested for not just arrested, convicted for domestic abuse, for disorderly conduct, and for drunk driving. This guy has a rap sheet a mile long. He is not an upstanding citizen of the community. And as I said, these are not just arrests. We're waiting to hear from. He has been convicted of all three of these things.
That's why we got to do background checks. And sometimes just because they don't have a background check, don't mean they ain't criminal minded. They just ain't got caught yet. So we just got to be cautious all across the board.
Did you just say he's not an upstanding member of the community? You know what? That
because Sade is. Look at her
putting
family,
perfume
her
on
friends.
the pig. Guys, listen to Sydney Sumner Crime Online following what Alexis has just told us.
Growing up the son of a millionaire businessman, Maxwell Anderson was a Catholic school prep football star with a bright future. Anderson works for his millionaire dad's insurance companies with limited success, but when his father moves to Florida, Anderson stays in Milwaukee working as a bartender. A former co-worker of Anderson, Samantha Brenner, describes Anderson as erratic, sometimes getting drunk while bartending at Victor's nightclub. A friend describes Anderson as childish and having quite the temper.
Joining me right now is renowned forensic psychologist and mediator, Dr. John Delatorre. Now, Delatorre, no offense to bartenders, my brilliant niece tended bar for a while she was in graduate school. Long story short, what do you think this mom and dad are thinking about right now? They pump all this money, all this time into their son. It turns out to be a 33-year-old abuser of alcohol, bully, tending bar erratically when he shows up to work.
Yeah, listen, they probably know who he is, and I'm gonna be real frank with you here, Nancy. This isn't the first person that he's done this to. Sade is not the first person. This is someone who has a long history, and I'm not surprised to hear about a rap sheet with disorderly conduct and domestic abuse. This is not someone who just one day decides that he's going to stalk a 19-year-old and then dismember. This isn't someone that does that. This is someone who has been long planning and been engaging in problematic behaviors, escalating them each time so that eventually he's comfortable with actually doing the things that he's been fantasizing about. His parents knew who he was, and they tried and they did whatever it was that they tried and they did to get him to not do those things. But ultimately, he was going to do it anyway.
Reminder, the 33-year-old suspect bartender Maxwell Anderson has not been convicted, simply arrested at this juncture. Delatorre, you're also airbrushing the truth. Let me talk about this guy. Police find a foot, apparently human flesh at a playground, pink nail polish matching up. In the home, they find blood, gasoline containers, packages addressed to the defendant, very important, blood on a comforter, blood scattered throughout the home. Let me tell you this, and I'm going to go to you, Faddis, with me, high-profile trial lawyer, TV legal analyst, founding partner of the Warner Faddis Elite Legal Group. Eric, I agree with Delatorre. This isn't his first time at the rodeo. You don't go from 0 to 120 mph in 2 seconds. There has to be something, some revving up to not only a murder, but a luring her onto a date. How many times do you think he watched her come in, have a drink, have dinner, anything like that, before he gets the guts up to say, hey, would you like to go to dinner? He planned this. You think you go from 0 to murder and dismemberment in one night? Oh, I agree with Ms. Scarborough. This is not his first time. And Delatorre hit the nail on the head. What about it, Eric?
Yeah, Nancy, it's chilling to think about what was going through Maxwell Anderson's mind allegedly as he appears to have been preparing for this. The details give rise to a predatory nature here. That there's a huge age gap, right? And then there's also a friend who says that Maxwell Anderson had a 5 foot by 6 foot deep hole dug in his backyard. And then we look at the rapidity, how quickly this turned from a murder to dismemberment like overnight. That's not something that just happens on a whim, in my personal opinion. That's something that was planned out and is just grotesque in terms of what we're learning.
There's so much in this guy's criminal history. Of course, he is presumed innocent until proven guilty in the current case. I'm looking at a photo of him holding onto a strap in a bus. Apparently, the Milwaukee Transit captured the face of the subject boarding and remaining on a bus. The booking photo seems to be the same guy wearing the exact clothing depicted on the subject who fled the scene of the car arson, including a large tan backpack with tan stripes. Also feeding it, there's the shot, Alexis, that we got from the affidavit, which is very lengthy, that goes to corroborate the gas cans found in his home. He is the guy, according to police, that burned Sade's car that she worked so hard to buy, all on her own, holding down
And there was
2
an
jobs
eyewitness for
while
that.
going to college. Go ahead, please.
There was an eyewitness to the burning of the car. As Sade's mother said, this community did everything. When it happened, the eyewitness said they saw a man in a jacket with a backpack close the door of this Honda and flick a lighter into the car, and it burst into flames. And so the person started screaming, "He did that, he did that, he did that." And he ran away. That person contacted the police to tell them about being the actual eyewitness to him burning it. This was absolutely the community being on their high alert and really helping out here.
A neighbor's security camera shows 2 figures entering Anderson's backyard at 9:24 p.m. At 12:47 a.m., a street camera shows Robinson's car departing Anderson's home. A camera at Cudahy High School shows a car drive toward the pump house at Warnemont Park at 2:53 a.m. A figure is seen walking from the road and climbing down the bluff to the beach several times. At 4:31 a.m., the car leaves the park. 3 hours later, bus surveillance catches a man carrying a tan backpack walking away from a fire at 30th and Lisbon. At 8:12 a.m., Anderson, carrying a tan backpack, is seen boarding a bus heading toward his home. Anderson gets off at 8:35 a.m. and enters his backyard 8 minutes later.
To Joseph Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State. Joe Scott, what do you believe those tan backpacks are going to reveal? And how is the search of the backpacks? And I don't mean open the backpack and take everything out. I mean the forensic search of the backpacks. Is that search going to reveal?
They're going to take that thing apart piece by piece, Nancy. And I can tell you down deep in those fibers, you're going to find DNA evidence. You'll be able to actually see perhaps body fluids. And I'm talking about blood. Just with the unaided eye, that might actually appear as they are actually taking this thing apart and looking at it. And they need to take a look at all of his clothing in that house. I got to join in unison. I got to join Miss Scarborough in unison on this particular point, and you as well, Nancy. I think that this place should be locked down, and every square inch of it has to be examined. I mean, gone through with a fine-tooth comb, because I don't think this is his first rodeo. You do not get to this level of violence, and I'm talking about post-mortem violence here. It just instantaneously, it doesn't happen like this. This almost seems practiced in one level. You have to have the tools. You have to have the ability. Now, in that basement down there, that's going to be a treasure trove of biological evidence. My curiosity is piqued in the sense is, do we have any kind of layering of evidence there? are there any other biological samples down there that are not necessarily belonging to those of Sade? Have any other potential victims been down there at any potential time? I think that that's very important here.
Can I throw a scenario, jumping off what Joe Scott Morgan is saying to Eric Faddis? Everybody jump in, please. We need all of your brain power. Eric Faddis, think about it.
Yeah, that's what they said. They sold the house. Boss team. Truett said the elephant in the room is why everyone feels the mother is off. The word is that is what the mother used to be out here with dudes, allegedly. And look, it ain't much you can find. I'm gonna have to dig a little deeper because her mama got everything so tight. Like I feel like she is very calculated on what she want exposed. You know what I mean? Her page is not private, but it's not giving nothing else either. You know what I mean? In most cases, we could kind of go from one family page to the next and then find out what's really going on with the family drama and who's saying this, who did this, and who did. This ain't the case with Sade Robinson, is what I noticed. I got it wrapped real tight. So it won't be nothing easy to get down to the bottom of, but energy don't lie. Energy don't lie. I don't care how many faces you make and how emotional you try to be. Energy don't lie. I mean, even R. Kelly was crying like somebody beat him that day on that interview. Real tears and all, and we all knew his ass was lying. So people will cry too and still be lying. I ain't saying her mama lied about nothing, but I ain't saying she being 100% truthful either. I don't think she being 100% truthful either. So that's a shame they sold the house. Yeah, they got rid of that. Okay, fuck all that. It's the vibe. It is. It's the vibe. And that's why I said I don't be want to sound like I'm being insensitive, but I know real emotion. I don't feel moved at all. I don't feel nothing. Look, I went and got me some popcorn. I don't feel moved at all. So I really don't understand the mindset of being independent, fighting your way to make through school. Exactly. Getting a good job just so you can be with some rich white man side piece. And then not only that, why was she working so hard if her mama claimed that she'll give whatever her kids need at the drop of a dime? Like, why? I was working as hard as I was at that age too, but that was because I didn't have a lot of financial support. So make it make sense. Even at that age, you still should be dependent on your parents for something. But they should be, guiding you on your way out the door, showing you how to live as an adult, a responsible adult. But it definitely ain't given that she has support. Like I said, let's keep in mind, because they be pushing out a lot of information to us, right? They be pushing a lot of information out, but we got to catch the real shit, right? It's ingrained in my head about the abuse. She was abused in her mother's care. She was abused in her father's care. Okay. That's important details. I don't feel no emotion coming from her mother. I see what an emotional mother may look like. I mean, shit, she doing more than Annette. However, the vibe is the same as Annette. And I also feel like she's hiding something. We need more people to speak. Where's the father? Where's the stepfather? Where's the grandparents who was involved in her life? Where's the other people? Y'all so funny. Shit, we need a snack break. And say no cuss words in the chat. Not because I went to make a sandwich and shit. Oh, that's funny. Say SD, I'm with you. I went to the kitchen for a snack. Look. Say the mom worked for the CIA or some type of secret agency. That's why she's so tight. Right, because it's like she got just enough information out, but not too much. You say, watch you, the detective. You may come across in a class. You said for her mom to say she's a light worker, I don't feel nothing from it. Like you said, energy stagnant. Exactly. Exactly. You know what they like to do. They like to steal the terminologies and the words that the real spiritualists use, and then they distort it and all that. That's what they do. I noticed that they do that quite often. Quite often. Boss T saying, right, y'all, I don't get that she was working as hard as she was, independent, own crib. I don't know. Did the mama force her out? Did she have support for real? Mama could say anything. Daughter passed away now. Right. I don't know. A lot of times before I even tap into these cases, I try to connect with the energy of the deceased, because I don't view the deceased as deceased. I view them as energy, and they're still very much so alive, right? And I also do a reading too, just to make sure that my energy. I know I'll be picking up what I'm picking up, but I just like to see it on the cards and things like that. And from my card reading, I got that she suffered a lot of sorrow, right? And she was in a mental state of depression. I know that to be facts. And then I also picked up on her, they came out in the cards, her mom energy. She's very calculated, and she operates from like distorted feminine energy is what I could say, describe that as. Okay, it was given like narcissistic. That was one of the cards that empath paradigm was one of the cards that came out. So her mama could have been very critical of her, and I do believe she had low self-esteem. And I do believe that her mother pushed her out of the house. Ain't no 19-year-old working that hard. She had 3 jobs at one point, and in school. She was getting ready to graduate school, which is great. But golly. And Insane came out. Insane was another card that came out. I should have took a picture. of it. So you hungry now? That they don't exist. Who don't exist, source? I'm confused now. You say the mama might be an Eastern Star. Exactly. Because her and Annette got the same wig, y'all. Her and Annette got the same wig, the same fake cry. I know that Annette's family is definitely in a cult. Some type of organization too. It's given the same energy. Say the mama seems strange, yeah. You say the mama's giving the same fake church vibe. See, I didn't even know you said that, Batman. I was thinking the same thing. That wig is giving Annette that they probably know each other. Shit. It ain't too far from Michigan. Ain't too far. Meanwhile, abusive as heck, right? It always be the ones talking all uppity, like, yeah, with the sweet tones and, quick to answer questions and Yeah, and soft spoken. Them be the most lethal parents. I swear to God, my mama good at that shit too. She covers that shit up. Okay, definitely, mommy dearest, behind closed doors. So that's another reason why I don't be believing none of the shit. Because I don't believe in coincidences. I believe shit happened for a reason. It's orchestrated. It's planned. Yeah. You say the mama got an energetic cloak on or something. It's her vibe. That's why I said the card came out. It was narcissist and empath, uh, between her and her daughter. It came out. So it's definitely her vibe. It's definitely her vibe. And the energy she was cloaked to was her daughter, which is Sade. She was siphoning her own daughter. Probably never gave her the mental help that she needed. I mean, unless it come out in the interview, I don't know. We ain't finished watching it, but some off. They like she hiding her true vibe, fronting with us. They right, she working hard, like she got 7 kids doing on her own. Like what? You say right? Annette didn't cry. Annette didn't cry at all. She. Yeah, that wig is giving connected. All right, let me reply.
You just told us that in the alleged perp's backyard, there was a grave dug. I mean, a full-on grave, 5 feet, I believe you said. What person does this? You have murdered a teen girl and you dig a grave in the backyard, and then you think, oh, wait, you know what? Never mind. I'll just go through a very lengthy dismemberment, and then I'll scatter this little girl's remains all across Milwaukee, and hey, nobody will piece it together. Well, he was wrong. My point is, Eric Faddis, was that grave for somebody else? What else is in that backyard or in his childhood home backyard? I mean, what has this guy been up to?
Yeah, I mean, that's the alarming prospect here is for whom was he digging this 5 foot by 6 foot grave in his own backyard? His friends were talked to, and a lot of them said that he had a creepy, weird vibe. He had erratic behavior. He may have had an alcohol issue. And then we look at, there are gas canisters found in his home. This quickly turns from date to homicide to dismemberment to scattering human remains all across Milwaukee. It's just not something that happens on spur of the moment, Nancy.
To Dr. John Delatorre joining us, renowned psychologist and mediator. Dr. Delatorre, I don't get it. A guy that's born with a silver spoon in his mouth, sent to a fancy Catholic school, football star in high school. You know those people that their glory days were when they were in the 9th grade? That's him. Then his dad gives him a job through nepotism within the insurance company, the insurance brokerage company that the dad owns. That didn't last long. Then he wanders around and ends up bartending after several, let me say, brushes with the law. I agree with Ms. Scarborough. That whole place, his whole house, needs to be taken apart the way Rex Heuermann's home was, the Long Island serial killer suspect, and searched. Because I'm not completely convinced that grave he dug in the backyard was meant for this teen girl, this beautiful teen girl, Sade Robinson. So what else will we learn? So my question to you, Dr. Delatorre, is how do you go from a silver spoon in your mouth to 3 hots and a cot and an orange jumpsuit?
It takes a long time. Again, this isn't someone, people don't just snap. right? That's a complete misnomer. People don't snap. This is years of him building up to get to this point. Now, he's explored other ways in which he's going to be engaging in violent acts, whether it's using alcohol or whether it's domestic violence, intimate partner violence, right? But it's not just this house. It's any place where the family used to live or property that the family would own, anything that he had access to. This is someone who wants to be comfortable when he's engaging in these violent acts, using the properties that he already knows provides that sense of comfort. And then he likes to flash it. As we see, this isn't just disposing of body parts. He's putting it out in places for people to see, for people to get scared. This is someone who wants to be known for engaging in these kinds of violent acts.
Miss Scarborough, you haven't even been able to have a funeral yet. Why?
Yes, that's correct, Nancy. This is probably the hardest part that we're struggling with right now. Trying to find peace, laying my daughter to rest, get solace. Just give her transition that she deserves because she was taken too soon. My baby was she didn't even make 20. She was 20 in a few weeks on May the 10th, Nancy. They can't even provide us with a death certificate right now. The fuck, they don't even know the cause of my daughter's death. They don't know when. Like, they not giving me enough information, Nancy. This is so frustrating. There is no closure right now for me and my family, and everybody have to plan things. But I will be having a community gathering this Friday, and I will be letting the community know what time and the place and event it will be at in Milwaukee. We'll have a candlelight balloon release. I cannot even plan a memorial for my daughter right now. Like, you cannot even proceed.
Everyone, also, I want everybody to know that there will be a fundraiser for Sade's funeral. Go to Justice for Sade, and that is spelled Sade, like you would say Sade, like sage. It's pronounced Sade. Justice for Sade, our fallen angel.
Yeah. What she mean by fallen angel? Fallen angel. That was an interesting word choice. So look at do I source says I was saying a family doesn't exist. The way she trying to cover things up, I wouldn't put it past that she actually kept her away from her father, etc. Don't seem like she had any real support. Right. And she probably was working as hard as she was just to keep from having to go back to her family's house. You know? Right. So it's like she only had her mama and barely that she was so independent. And not one tear. You say the picture Photoshop, she got that same wig. No, but for real. For real. He said you could tell it's Photoshop. Girl, and look, AI is something else. And do y'all know what am I trying to say? technology that the public have access to, the media is like 40 years ahead of that. They can literally make anything appear to be anything. Literally. If they can make AI look as real as it look, y'all gotta know that they could create narratives on the news. Anybody seen that new movie with Taraji on Netflix? That's a prime example right there. They exaggerate things if they want, or they will under exaggerate things if they want. Make things more serious than what they are or less. They've been doing it for since the beginning of media, controlling the perception of the people. So it's not too far-fetched to even think things like this, because they do this to control the masses. They do it by way of media. That movie called Straw on Netflix. So she had to make sure them white folks in the audience knew how to spell Sade. It's a hard name, like it's a hard name to spell. I guess because the pronunciation don't match the spelling. So did she just tell us she was, and then the way she looked at the camera like a fallen angel. She like really looked in on the camera on that part, and it's like, these people is weird.
Miss Garber, before we sign off, I just want you to know how much we are praying for you and thinking about you and your whole family. And we will not rest until her killer gets the maximum sentence in that jurisdiction, which is life without parole.
Nancy, thank you.
Yeah. This interview been going on for almost 45 minutes. Look at her face. I ain't making it up. She really not crying. She is not crying. Look at her face. Right here. I'm trying to go with the camera. Like the victim could actually be real. The victim could actually be a real person, right? But the narrative around what really happens is what's being controlled. And then you got to understand double speak. Like we just kind of zoomed in on fallen angel. Most people think of fallen angel like, wow, like, she says she's a fallen angel or whatever. But to me, that sounds like some demonic shit. That sounds like some wicked shit. Like we took down an angel, an earth angel. That's what it sounds like to me. And they use a lot of double speak to say exactly what happened, but they hide it in plain sight. So to the average person, they just hear regular words. Busty also said, I was going to watch it, but I'm sick of Tyler. You know what? The movie, about halfway into that movie, I was pissed off. Like literally pissed off. Because I feel like Tyler Perry is on an assignment and have been on an assignment to further push the narrative to destroy the image of the Black woman. And that's what it gives. The first half, then it kind of switch up a little bit, but it still gives that same energy, just more covert. And then almost like they For the I don't want to like be a spoiler to anybody, so I ain't gonna say too much, but it's like it's that same narrative, and I don't like that. The image of the black woman. This is another tactic right here. This situation with Sade. They're sending a message to the to the black spiritual women. That's what I feel. That it's not safe and we should live in fear as light workers. That's what I hear. Out of all the talking that they doing. And how important it is for us to heal. Get our mental health together. Go ahead and sign up to work with SD. So she can help you, guide you to healing your trauma. So we won't make these type of mistakes. So we can protect our mental health. So we won't be dependent on somebody to come save us and talking to men for money. Now I'm speaking to the ladies now. We got to protect each other. We got to stand together. Protect the women and children, specifically the black ones. I don't really like using the term black. The indigenous, copper color, goddesses. It's the same story over and over and over again. Tyler Perry does get on my nerves, but I do encourage y'all to get the spiritual aspect of that movie Straw, starring Taraji P. Henson. They are puppets for Hollywood and the Matrix. Anybody that's in entertainment is a part of Diddy and all his freak offs and all that shit they got going on. However, just go ahead and get the spiritual meaning out of that movie. They all connected. They all push this narrative of the black woman having to overwork herself. Clearly, we see that even in Sade's story. She was working her knuckles down to the bone because she ain't had the support that she needed to have. Fuck all that other shit her mama talking about. Fuck all that. She's a lie. She's a lie. Man, what? I got boys and I be on their ass. If you got the location of your child, if I see my child location on his phone going somewhere that I don't care if he's 19. You better turn that location on. Keep that location on. Oh, he's somewhere out. Okay. Like I ain't gonna just be, he ain't gonna know I'm hounding him, but I'm gonna check that. I'm gonna check that app. I'm gonna check that location. But what I'm saying is you call and see, hey, where you at? What you doing? I don't know. Like, I feel like her daughter ain't want her to know. She ain't want her to know where she was at. Maybe they didn't have that type of close relationship. I don't know. My son tell me where he at, where I can see it. I just don't like this. I don't like the narratives that they try to push. It's all, and then, you know, in the movie too, they kept saying, don't suffer in silence. Don't suffer in silence. Black women don't suffer in silence. But soon as black women speak up about their struggles, we gaslit. We victimized for talking about our struggles and our needs and the need to be assisted. It's like this cultural gaslighting that they got going on against black women in the black community, period. They take full advantage of our generational traumas, weaponize it against us, create these fear-infused tactics and narratives. Since sending a message that all black women is good for is overworking herself, being abused and overlooked. Overworked, abused, and overlooked. And the real message is to push the narrative that Black women are not human. Black people are not human. This type of stuff dehumanizes the public and push that narrative of, you know, we some type of subhuman. We could take pain, or to keep their foot on our necks, or you know what I mean, to keep this trauma cycle going. Y'all get what I'm saying? Y'all get what I'm saying? Okay, you say you was gonna watch it. You sick of Tyler Perry and his Black women only struggle and suffer to go through trauma type of movies. Exactly. And then he want to imitate a woman. I've been stopped like a Medea. I've been stopped like a Medea. I can't get with it. So you're absolutely right, Queen. On point as always. Thank you, Source. She said she finna snatch them earphones off as soon as the camera go off and call the people to make sure her insurance. Batman, you know she did. She finna transfer them GoFundMe funds immediately. All she got to do is show up and put on the show like she doing right here in this photo. That's all she got to do. You say at all, shaking my head, all that extra stuff. Yeah. Miss Sexy Ray say this might be staged. It's definitely giving that. Boss C say exactly. Why don't nobody believe me when I speak on that about Tyler Perry? Like he ain't got one Black happy movie for men or women. Like, come on, he don't. But see, Black people so traumatized that they love the Black exploitation films. They love the Black exploitation culture. They literally had a genre called Black exploitation. Y'all know what I'm talking about? What is Blacktation or something like that? Let me look it up. They literally called it that. Literally. And they love it. They think it's funny. Oh, that he remember me. He act just like my grandma. He act just like my family, my auntie. They can relate to it and do nothing about it, but can relate to it. You say that dark white man lose Sade energy. Right. Yep, I feel like that's why it's getting showcased to us. The elite Lush it's giving Lush energy complete. It's giving mission complete. Say, like you said, they sending a message. It's always energy play a hand. Yeah, this all this media coverage is just saying mission complete. Right? Yeah, it was called Black exploitation. Black exploitation. You say Tyler Perry plays and movies were geared towards the church folks, not just the church folks, the Black people in general. Those he always it's the archetypes. You got the church, the Black families, you know, how the world perceived the Black family. Just pushing that whole narrative. Pushing that whole narrative. See what else she got going on this video.
Please be with Sade's family.
Look, she trying to fix her hair. She don't give a damn about none of this shit.
This is Sade right here. These are.
I can't believe she doing. Look, let me move my face. Move the circle. I can't believe she doing all this with no No tears. That is strange. You better off just like, being calm, not crying, and just coming off more serious than anything. You gotta force yourself to show emotion. It's giving fake. It'll be better perceived if you just sit there and, just come off real serious, like you trying to keep from having an emotional breakdown versus trying to force one. The hell? That's why I had to pause it for y'all. Look at this. Wow.
These are her earrings that came in the mail yesterday, Nancy. I don't know if you can see them.
Same shit Roxy be on. Same shit.
I had to go to my
can see
baby's
'em.
place for the first time. And these came for her. These are her earrings. And I have her earrings on. These are my baby's earrings. Like, this is so traumatic.
You know what's so funny? Look what I've got. My dad's shirt.
Look at Nancy. She's talking about she carry around all it. She just pull out. That's probably a shirt she picked up at Walmart, but she got on show. She probably sent her assistant to Walmart. These people know they be lying. You say your two oldest kids don't live with you, but you got their location as you should and will pull up immediately. My son, you better tell me where you at or I'm about to pull up. If I gotta walk, I'm finna walk, but I'll be there. Know that. Know that. You said, where are the damn tears? She went from fake tearless crying to immediately smiling. Look at Nancy. She got a smirk on her face too. She think this shit a joke. Wow. Both playing in people's faces.
My dad that passed away. I don't know why. I just feel better having it with me. Like your earrings. Guys, let's just stop for one moment and remember an American hero. Police officer Michael Jensen, just 29 years old. Jensen shot shot in the line of duty, Syracuse, New York, leaving behind his loving parents and sweet sister. American hero, police officer.
Now,
Michael
what do he got to do with
Jensen.
anything? What does he got to do?
I want to thank all of our guests for being with
us. Child. Or maybe Nancy in New York. Where's she stationed at? Because I'm trying to figure out what they got to do with any damn thing. But that 414, that equals 9. So this definitely was a cycle mission complete. They said to that the date on that officer they just showed. That 9. I've been seeing 13 too. All right. Let's see. What's this? How long we been on here?
And you got to admit that the conditions at this time it's pretty rainy at that point, right?
Correct, it is.
Right, you say, because it was like, what is the point of that? That ain't make no sense. But I see the date and I see the 9. And then if you add up the 2024 with the 414, okay, that's 9/8. 9-8. What's 9 plus 8? I don't know. What I know that's no. I just think it's more so for me the 9. I was zoomed in on the 9. So you get what I'm saying? 9-8. All right.
I mean, if you could see in the video that it looks like some of the lights that are reflecting from like the street lights are kind of bouncing off the car, right?
Yes,
And that window of the Honda is rolled closed, correct?
it appears to be closed, yes.
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but best guess is that it's probably rolled closed, correct?
Yes, it appears to be closed.
And in that video, are you able to determine the hair color of the individual driving?
No,
Are you able to determine the hair length?
no,
Whether the individual is wearing a hat
no,
or a beanie or some sort of, something on their head?
no,
Are you able to determine, you said that it appears that he's wearing dark clothing, correct?
correct.
Do you know what color? Black, gray, brown?
I would say dark clothing. By looking at the video, I believe it's black.
Okay. And are you able to tell if it's a shirt, a jacket, sweater?
No, you cannot.
Oh, you know what? And Nancy pointed out that it was a cross. And one of those photos was Sade was standing. I think she had just graduated or something like that. She had on brown. I had to pull a picture back up. But the cross, the actual cross has something to do with the Saturn, right? It was just weird that she specifically said that. Here, let me just pull up a picture so I can show y'all real quick because we are supposed to be breaking down the esoteric and symbolisms that we noticed. Here. I'll show y'all something. Because when she said that, that's when I'm like, yep, it's a sacrifice. I just forgot to hit pause. But let me just show y'all. Because the cross represents the sacrifice, and it's not the one of the Bible where Jesus died for your sins and all your sins washed away. That's a lie. That's not what it stands for. Okay. It's a specific picture I'm looking for. Look at the comments. You say 414 is a Milwaukee area code too. Interesting. The great father time is Saturn worship, right? It's like a box. The cross pretty much makes a box, okay? It makes a box. Damn, where is this photo at? I'm looking for a specific photo. I wonder if I saved it. See if it's on this one. Because the symbolism always be there, right? It's always in plain sight. And the box, it equals the number 6. It could be the box from the cross. There are 6 parts to that makes a box, right? 6 sides. 6 sides. Because I remember Boss T, you put in the comments, it flipped to 6. Yeah. Can't find an exact video picture. However, here is one. Here. And you know, they take all of the ancient symbolism from our ancestors and flip it and use it against us. So a lot of times you might see certain symbols that look like spiritual symbols, like you know, what our ancient ancestors was using. They're also using to do this dark occult magic in sacrificial ways. Same symbols though. It's just that they flip it. So that's where a lot of the confusion come in too. Right? Even yes, the all-seeing eye, the Baphomet. You can see this one here. It look like the Merkaba. I got a Merkaba up here on my right up here behind me. You know, but that don't have nothing. They flipped it. You get what I'm saying? That's here. Let me see. You say it's about your intention, right? When you interacting or utilizing the symbols, right? Right. I agree. Because anything could be turned evil. As you can see right here, they got the Kabbalah. You know, in ancient Kemet, that was, I'm telling you, that was their ancient teaching. That was our ancient, teachings. But again, they flip it. They use our magic against us to keep us trapped in Father Time, believing in religion. Meanwhile, they sacrificing our people. Meanwhile, but it was one that they had like like with the celebrities. Let me see. Let's put celebrity on there. Okay. This is a good one too, because I'm showing y'all how the cross is directly connected to Saturn worship, which is Father Time. And you can kind of see the symbolism in a lot of the things that the celebrities wear. As you can see here, you see like what Beyonce got on right here, it's giving Saturn right here as well. They be doing this stuff right in our face. And if you don't know what to look for, you won't see it. Like you will see it, but you don't know what it means. And you won't question it either. Unless you like the rest of us critical thinkers, right? See? All right, Horace. That's that box again. Maybe they'll show me what I'm actually looking for on this page. A lot of the black and white boxes, like the Masonic floors that you see, or like, supposed to represent as above, so below. Balance. But they use it to imbalance, keep the masses in balance and in a state of fear. Say, who is that man on the witness stand? His daddy. Not sure. You say a lot of businesses logos, yeah. Say right, and if they don't know what symbols mean, etc., they the ones getting attacked, right, by the intentions of whoever utilized the symbol, or I'm thinking out of the wrong way. I think we all collectively have fallen under the spell at some point, because you got to come out of the spell in order to realize you've been under the spell. And a lot of it be subliminal, or, right in front of us again. But if we don't know what to look for, do that mean that you are easier target to be attacked? Yes. Yes. But I believe once you know the truth, it's like, don't affect you, because you see it for what it is. Dang, y'all, I'm mad I can't find this photo. And I probably got it saved to my phone. Anywho. And they all worship this Saturnian God. All of media, all celebrities, all of them, all religions. I mean, they all had a cross, all of them. Whether it's religious, whether they on TV, in the movies, it's all over the place. They even wear the little box on their head. The Pope and them. Says mysterious occult symbols. How long was that video? 8:52. Yeah, I'm just looking now. And the whole point of all of this dark occult magic that they do is to keep you out of your sovereignty. That is the whole point, to keep you under a spell. And they will go to the furthest extents to keep the people confused. They attack the children, even in children programming or the things that they watch. Clearly, I look back at some of the stuff I used to watch as a kid, like, damn, that was in there. That was in there. Yep, it sure was. But again, they prey on the weak. They prey on the ignorant. They prey on the fact that you don't know, you don't question, you don't seek, you don't find. Then they make it so confusing for you to even get down to the truth. It can take years to understand these symbols, and I still haven't mastered all of it, but enough to explain it. But I feel like once you understand that this is all an illusion and nothing is too far-fetched, this is like a world stage, a show that they're putting on, then you pretty much are right on the right path anyway. Dark psychology is a real thing. Because I remember I used to think like there's no way people could be this evil. Yes, they are. They that evil and worse. And the ultimate spiritual crime that's being committed on us daily is to keep us out of that. They've been used to keep us out of our divinity and keeping people mentally, psychologically enslaved. You say, and you started doing this live on Saturday. Saturday, yep. Crazy. That is crazy. Yep. You know, so because they tell you 666 is evil. Hey, it's just everything is it's crazy. But yes. So they want to keep us from going into the dark and seeing what they've been hiding from us all of this time. That's why they try to keep people scared of hell, scared of the dark. Don't go looking at this. Don't go looking at that. They tell you that because they don't want you to know that they are the archons. As I look right here, look, they the archons. They're the enemy. Anybody that's have the intent to keep you out of your sovereignty, your birthright energy of being a sovereign being, an abundant being, and they're manipulating your energy to keep you in a state of mental confusion, stagnation, things of that nature, then they're going against law, cosmic law and order, period. Period. All this other stuff it's like sometimes I feel like a lot of what they do is just distraction. It's like all this extra shit. Oh, we gonna take all of this ancient wisdom that we found, we stole, right? We stole, we hide it in the Vatican. Then we tell them that we the gods. We tell them that the God is gonna come save them, and we keep them praying out to somebody that don't exist, and then we keep them keep them fearful. We keep them worried. We keep them, right? Keep you just going. It's all by design. You say you watched a video about this man who blew the whistle revealing we're living in a simulation, and then he disappeared. See, things like that be making me feel like they be still trying to send a message. They don't want people to free the minds of other people. So then they will use people as puppets too, to put out some real information that they know is actual factual. They know it be true, but then they'll disappear. They'll wind up in jail. They'll wind up, harmed or just never heard of again. Why? Because the message that they're trying to send is don't spread the truth. Don't, wake the people up. Don't speak your truth. They want to keep people fearful to speak their truth, to tell the truth. But if you like me and you don't walk in fear, I don't associate myself with fear. Period, point blank. That's how they get you. They want you to be fearful to not expose their deception. So yeah, they will try to sometimes they will try to unalive you or, do things to you to make you scared and, feeling unsafe and stalking you and things like that. But again, this is a simulation that we living in, which means everything is calculated. Everything is organized. Everything is organized. You say if it's not focused on you tapping into your soul, it's a distraction to me. Exactly. Exactly. If it's not focusing on that, that's exactly what it is. It's a trick. It's a trick. But you say, tell us the movie. I want to watch that. The movie was wait, what movie? Oh, you talk about Nicole. Am I saying that right? Is it Nicole? Nicole said she had watched something. She said he had solid proof he went missing. God damn. Let me look for something else because this is not helping. Okay. Well, she said she watched a video. It might just be a video, not a movie. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Let me. So pissed off. Can't find that photo I wanted to share. Okay, so this is some things that I found about Sade Robinson, like an esoteric breakdown, and I thought that this was interesting, along with my thoughts. Now, let me go. Oh, she said it was a video. Okay. So the public sacrifice energy. Her death mirrors ancient patterns of feminine sacrifice, often tied to the spring season, April, when blood rituals and symbolic offerings occur in secret societies. Even her name, Sade, kind of sounds like shade, like there could have been a hidden, unseen meaning behind her disappearance and unaliving. Robinson also could sound like, to me, Robinson, robbing something, taking something, her innocence, her light, her divinity. That was the sacrifice. The timing and the cycle. Okay, so it definitely could have been around a retrograde, Saturn, Pluto transits. We just looked at a little bit of Saturn information in regards to that cross that was above her head in one of those photos as confirmation of the cross being directly a symbol of the Saturn God, so-called Father Time. This fake illusion of time that we all go by, right? That's basically what it is. Keep us in this loops of time. Time is an illusion. Then you got the feminine energy targeting. So, of course, the divine feminine suppression, the divine feminine essence, particularly Black women, because our energy hold deep womb wisdom and creation power. So disempowered archetypes, okay, a lot of times Black women represents a naive maiden archetype, unprotected, trusting, or not to be trusted, and left feeling vulnerable, or just having trust issues in general, not feeling vulnerable in a predatorial world controlled by the shadow toxic masculine energy. Okay. The energetic violation would be that of the root chakra. Her unaliving reflects root chakra trauma, which is survival, safety, body autonomy. Collective fear is seeded through repetition of these same stories. Remember, it's always to implement fear. As long as the collective is in a state of fear, worry, sorrow, then they could feed off of our collective energy, all loosh for the matrix. Predictive programming. Also, these events subtly reinforce subconscious scripts that say you're not safe. Things like don't trust your instincts, or no one will protect you. Basically, that you should you should live in fear. Okay. But I feel like these tragedies could also be used as a catalyst for awakening. This is why we have these conversations and we talk about these things, so that, we can empower and enlighten each other in the midst of tragedy, even in the midst of tragedy, and call to rise for women to step into their divinity, reclaim your divine intuition, energetic discernment, and your sovereign power. And it encourages us to have those deep conversations, those complicated conversations. Okay. Very, very sensitive topics as well. I believe so. Now, right, the crucifixion, that cross, the crucifixion, which is ritualistic, okay, shutting down the spiritual light and marking a threshing point between life and death energies. Aligning with Saturn's theme of judgment, karmic processing, and decay and transformation. So they still use like that death and rebirth concept, but for karmic purposes. Karmic structures, control, closure, sacrifice, spiritual passage, death, and rebirth portals. Because they're not directly connected to source, they have to use death, trauma, abuse to open up these portals to manifest more karmic cycles and more karmic patterns to keep this false illusion matrix and this false illusion like power, these systems of power and control, right? That's what it's really about. They want to maintain dominance, power, and control over the masses. So they have to create these dark ritual sacrifices in the name of Saturn, karmic structure, and karmic energy. Mm-hmm. Hold on a second, y'all. Okay, so let's talk about the aspect and why, what was the meaning behind the dismembered body parts, the spiritual meaning. Okay. Energetic warfare, trauma symbolism, and occult teaching, right? It represents everything from personal soul fragmentation to collective spiritual suppression. So the fragmentation of the soul / psyche, the esoteric view of a dismembered body, dismembered often symbolize spiritual fragmentation. The soul or energetic body being ripped apart due to trauma, betrayal, and energetic manipulation. In energetic warfare or dark occult context, it represents dehumanization, or soul disassociation. It's symbolic of someone being seen as no longer whole. Okay, often targeted for the light, power, and feminine essence. So I feel like as long as a collective, we are spiritually fragmented, not me, but most people, that's all the energy that they need to keep sending these symbolic messages of the state of mind of the collective. Okay. It's symbolic of someone no longer being whole. And if everything happens spiritually first, then that means spiritually, a lot of people are dismembered. They are disassociated from themselves. Okay. And it also reminds me of Osiris and Isis, right? In ancient Kemet, merely all set. And okay, so Osiris was dismembered by Set, the dark brother, and scattered across the land. His divine feminine counterpart, which is Set or Isis, resurrected him. Okay, so spiritually, the meaning behind that is dismemberment is not the end, but a transformational initiation. To me, it was about Isis putting Osiris back together, symbolizes coming back into your wholeness. Okay. Through the feminine principle, which is intuition, love, and alchemy. Your wholeness will then be restored. Divine masculine and feminine within yourself, becoming whole within oneself. Okay, so this aligns with the divine feminine teachings, right? Only you can restore that within yourself. Okay, the scattered masculine, the scattered soul, Scattered feminine, same thing. That dismember is an opportunity to resurrect through inner union. Okay, so I feel like that's the exploitation that took place, particularly in this case, with Sade Robinson and her body parts being spread all over the Milwaukee, right? That was like humiliation too, right? Because it's almost they're exploiting the fact that this was an ancient Kemet teaching, right? Same thing. They just flipped it. An ancient teaching, flipped it, use it against us, create this narrative, fake like they give a damn in media, knowing they don't. It was a ritual. Said dark occult and ritualistic interpretation. Deconstruction of innocence, fear-based energy loops, and then the sacrifice to fragment a soul. Intentional dismemberment. Like they say, this was the first time that he did it. He's been doing this. Right. He said, I definitely felt humiliation, but didn't know why. It's that constant humiliation. It's constant. All of our sacred ancient teachings are constantly being exploited, and we're being publicly humiliated in front of the world constantly. This was a complete spiritual annihilation. Period. Spiritual warfare tactic, interdimensional targeting, and energetic desecration. The psychological trauma that this dismemberment could represent as well is identity fragment. Okay, survivors of abuse or exploitation, and then parts of yourself needed to be recovered. So doing shadow work and inner child, and then I'm just thinking. This kind of stopped me dead in my thought. Okay, so I guess what I'm really thinking right now is like the war is psychological. The war is psychological, spiritual, psychological, mental. And it's happening in real time. So before they complete these physical sacrifices, they have already broken down the psyche within the people. Disconnected you from source. Not you, but just people, okay? Our collective. Because it's the collective hive mind that keeps these narratives going, these illusions going. The other day I was talking about the cosmic laws on my TikTok versus the patriarchal and archonic distortions. And then I went through the list of cosmic laws, and then the divine meaning of those laws, and then the archon and patriarchal distortions, and then how it manifests into mind control. Because I think if people grasp the concept of what the cosmic laws are, and then look into what, like the law of oneness, how would the law of oneness look if it's being exploited? How would it feel? How would it manifest into this 3D realm? You know, so if it's a cosmic law, if the cosmic law is law of oneness, I'm going to give you an example. It means all is interconnected and separation is an illusion. The distortion happens when media promotes separation, hierarchy, division by way of race, class, or gender. Let me take this off. And then how it manifests in the 3D is nationalism, racism, religion, wars, toxic competition, us versus them mindset. You see what I'm saying? So if we could kind of look at it from a broader perspective of what the cosmic laws are, the universal laws that are in an alignment with nature, and how the matrix is exploiting each and every cosmic natural law, then we can start to recognize how is it manifested in this 3D realm. Because all is mind, all is mental. The law of mentalism, all is mind. We are all creating our realities per simulation. We are all creating our realities by way of our subconscious mind. If they can hijack our subconscious mind and keep us in a state of fear, shame, guilt, humiliation, and keep us disconnected from source and out of alignment of your purpose, then they can hijack your mind and create your reality for you. There was a saying that goes, the shadows you don't face becomes your destiny. Something like that. And I just thought that that was a whole bar for me, like for the spiritual people. I thought that that was a whole bar. Because a lot of times people are running from themselves. You think that you're running from a devil, a demon, a monster, or whatever, your own shadows, just to meet your shadows in the end. It's literally no way around it. You got to face those shadows within yourself, heal your traumas, and transform that if you don't want to be an agent of the matrix. If you don't want to be a part of their humiliation rituals to keep the matrix going. Once you step into your power, your sovereignty, and out of the poverty mentality, reclaim your power and your divinity, you're untouchable. I know they want us to believe that when you start to speak up and, you know, awaken the masses, that you're not safe. You are safe. Speaking the truth comes with protection. Your spirit guides, your ancestors, being connected to source, that comes with protection. This is how I know the ones that come up missing, probably be frauds anyway, because it comes with spiritual protection. Literally. A lot of these so-called conscious leaders are puppets. They are puppets. The media pushes them out because they are puppets. The real light workers, the real, I don't even want to say necessarily conscious leaders, but the ones that really be speaking the divine truth are the ones that get silenced and attacked, not pushed in the media. And I know this from experience. You know how many times I'd have been attacked on the internet for just speaking the truth? It didn't just start on YouTube. You know how many times they shadow ban me? And other people like me, because it's not just me, it's other people that speak up and get online and speak the truth. That happens to them too. It's not by a coincidence, it's by design. The real chosen ones are not being pushed in the media. They're not. They're being silenced. Well, so they think. They know exactly what they're doing. They know all is mine. They know they can control you by way of your energy, because energy is energy in motion, right? So if they could control your mind and keep you in a low vibration, then they could control your reality, which means you will subconsciously be keeping up the matrix system, which is an illusion, but you believe it because most people believe what they see. So if you're experiencing a hell reality, you're going to believe that that's exactly what you deserve, or, you know, you're going to be in this like, woe is me type of energy. I hope this making sense to somebody. Miss Sexy Ray say, so true. Okay. So, and you know what? When they silence the real true speakers, or don't, or keep them out of the matrix algorithm, so I don't necessarily look at it like a bad thing. I look at it like a protection, right? Because everybody not ready for the truth. Everybody not ready to transform their lives and heal, and you know, everybody just not ready for it. But like I said, I look at it like a protection too, like a protection from source, um, to keep us out of the spotlight. You know, have us in the spotlight. You know, I put like an example. Sometimes I go viral on TikTok, right? I don't go viral all the time, but them messages when they be hitting from spirit, and spirit, that fire just be inside of me, and I just gotta speak it, and on my whole being just being them messages. And I don't be looking like I'm looking now. Sometimes I might just wake up fresh out of bed, ain't comb my hair, nothing, but spirit be like, go, speak, right? Have my robe. Most of the times I went viral, I had my robe on my pajamas. But anyway, that's when I know it be divinely orchestrated for me to go viral. It's not meant for me to be in the spotlight everywhere. Boss T says, oh, wait a minute. Boss T say, SD, I like you because you was talking black power, but you was bringing the spirituality aspect into it, which none of the black thought leaders ever do, which made me believe they're ops for real. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm glad that you can discern that within me, because that's exactly what I noticed with these so-called black conscious leaders as well. Matter of fact, I did a video about Malachi Z. York, which I hear a lot of people who are very intellectual and claim to be chosen ones and spiritualists, and they push his message. They keep his name alive, but the man is a pedophile. So I be trying to understand, like, and okay, his teachings, if you go read Malachi Z. York teachings, they make a whole lot of sense. He's speaking a whole lot of facts. And that's what these thought leaders do, these conscious leaders do. They speak facts to get you to subconsciously not resent them. Kind of like how a predator would approach a potential victim, right? They're not going to come at you aggressively. They're gonna groom you. They're going to make you feel comfortable. They want to have you disarmed. And that's what these I don't even want to call them spiritual. They're matrix spiritualists, because they want to shut down your ability to question things and critical think by giving you truth that resonate with your subconscious mind. But a lot of people don't realize that they're being manipulated. And like I said, my goal is never to enslave anybody. They say I'm running a cult. Well, I said, well, if I'm running a cult, then it must be a conscious cult, a real one, where you could question me. Okay? You could question me. I encourage y'all to question. You need to. I feel like the moment you stop questioning things is the moment you become a slave. A lot of people don't question. So when I made the video of Malachi Z. York, I read his court documents. Malachi Z. York never, not once, said he didn't touch them children. He had RICO charges too. Taking kids across state lines. You know what he did? I think this was early 2024. Malachi Z. York had somebody file a motion for him, basically stating he never said he didn't do it, but he said, I wasn't a citizen of the United States. Send me back overseas. So what that lets me know, y'all, is a lot of these matrix guru leaders, spiritual thought leaders, do not be doing their shadow work. They don't do their shadow work. I'm hearing abomination to spirit, to source, to use, just like they exploit the cosmic laws. You want to use your knowledge as a weapon to manipulate people to create these cults. Oh, and let me say this. Matter of fact, I got a picture. I gotta make sure I get their names right, because these are very popular people that a lot of people listen to. Malachi Z. York was the teacher of Nature Boy, Rashad Jamal, and Young Pharaoh. They all came from underneath his teaching. They all lived at his so-called, he had a like this Egypt theme land that he bought. He built these so-called pyramids on. They all followed his teaching, and he raised them. Okay, he practically raised them. Young Pharaoh said he don't like black women. I was on his live, and he blocked me. He blocked me from his TikTok page, and he said he don't like black women. But these are the people that they put in power to lead the people, to consciously lead the people. spiritualists, pedophiles, people that hate black women. And like I said, Malachi Z. York never denied any of the allegations, not once. Malachi Z. York has the top number in the United States for pedophilia related charges. It's Malachi Z. York. You can look that up. He outnumbered all of them. So why are we still pushing his name out? I was severely disappointed in B. Dale because I listen to B. Dale quite often. He's an intellectual. However, he always say free Malachi Z. York, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So I don't know if y'all know who Malachi Z. York is, but go look it up if you don't. My whole point is the Matrix and this simulation that everybody speaks about, don't push the truth out like that for real. And if they do push the truth out, they're working with the Matrix. They're working with the simulation. They're working with the archons, whatever you want to call them. The reptilians. Y'all love to say reptilians. They working with them. Y'all, I hear birds chirping. If you want to know more, just go to my video about Malachi Z. York. It's in my videos, not my lives. Just scroll down. So I did do a video on him. And I do talk a lot about, how to recognize spiritual teachers or spiritual leader manipulation. Because what they really come to do is cap the consciousness. It's all about, if they could give you some truth with a whole lot of lies wrapped up with a bow on top, and get people to shut down their critical thinking, which is their ability to question things, investigate things, and be detectives. What they're really doing is putting a cap on your consciousness. Your consciousness is supposed to continue to expand. You are supposed to continue to ascend. If they cap your consciousness, then what did you just become? Again, a slave. Slavery did not end when they broke the chains, physical chains. It evolved to psychological chains and whips. A humiliation ritual is a whip on the mind. Like they will whip a slave back into submission because they want to keep you in a state of submission. All is mine. Say, yeah, B. Dale was weird. I had to stop. And you know what? I will listen to anybody. I have the gift of discernment, so I can tell when their consciousness is capped. I can see and hear beyond the fancy words that they use and how intellectual they are, or how they try to dress up what they're saying. I can see beyond all of that and feel beyond all of that. I say that to say I listen to B. Dale. I listen to even the ones that I know are manipulating the truth. But I take it with a grain of salt. I don't just, because again, a lot of the stuff is true. A lot of the stuff is being weaponized to use against you. You just got to take some and leave some. Take some and leave some. I seen what's his name? Dang, what is his name? He was on V-Dale's show the other day. Real popular guy that be circulating on TikTok and YouTube. Who he do? He speak a lot about spirituality, and I can't think of his name right now. Dark skinned guy. He was on B-Dale YouTube channel not too long ago, and they got into it really bad. Well, he was mad at B-Dale anyway. And I was just thinking, like, damn shame. Damn shame. But he think he got all the answers to everything. I can't think of his name right now. Can't think of it, but again, know that all is mine. All is mine. If they could control your energy and your emotions, that's what I'm going to say. Emotions is energy in motion. So if they could control your emotions, then they could control you. That's it, y'all. Justice for Sade Robinson. Okay. Stay woke, y'all. Okay. Heal, heal, and heal. Heal and deal. Face your shadows. It's not as scary as they make it seem. But it do get scary and it do get rough. But it's possible. It's possible to do. I don't talk about it, I be about it. And when you a person that's really doing shadow work or really done your shadow work, you know the language of a person who's done shadow work for real. You know, you can feel it. And you can't fake experience. And that be the difference right there. I don't care who they is. I don't care how popular they is. I don't care how fancy they talking. I don't care how many times they say they the astral projected out into the cosmos and how much information they done brought back. If they ain't talking about that experience, it takes experience to ascend. That's where you gain your true discernment and wisdom. And you be truly connected to source by way of experience. It's like an implosion. Real recognize real. Real recognize real lies too. You say staying silent. So I'm going to leave y'all with this. The archons are parasitic beings that feed on human fear, ignorance, and emotional distress. They distort truth, manipulate perception, and seek to sever all connection to divine source by enforcing false authority, these systems, hierarchies, these systems, and illusions, these systems, often working through systems like religion, politics, and media. Top 3. Their goal is to keep humanity trapped in a mental and spiritual slavery. Are you still a slave? As my earring. Disconnected from natural law and unaware of our inner divinity. As I always say, there's no God coming to save you. One must bear their own cross. Okay? You got to deal and heal. Period, point blank. That's just that. You are the God that you are looking for outside of yourself. And I also want to say this. Archons are interdimensional entities or forces that are described in ancient Gnostic text. Okay? They are inorganic beings, artificial intelligence that exists outside of natural divine creation. If you are dealing with a person, place, or thing that you feel like you can't be free to be who you are, chances are you are mentally enslaved. If a person wants to control and dominate you, they want to make you a slave to them. Siphon your energy. Show birthright to be free and sovereign. That's why a lot of chosen ones be single for real. They be single because most people are very toxic and they want to be the masters of somebody else because they're not the master themselves. They don't know who they are. So they want to dominate and control somebody else to make them feel powerful, give them this illusion of power, just like these systems. It's the same energy. These systems operate off this archonic, narcissistic energy, just like relationships, family dynamics. Same thing. Religion don't do nothing but back the family dynamic up, the toxic family dynamic. Back it up, reinforce those slave tactics. I feel like I'm just yapping now, but this real shit. I feel like I'm just yapping. Y'all still woke? Y'all woke? No, it's late where I'm at. Okay, so sovereignty or sovereign. Oh wow. Okay, I just seen something. But anyway. Okay. So other words for sovereign, y'all, is superior, which we are the superior beings. The copper colored beings are the superior beings scientifically. Okay. So I want to make that clear. So other words for sovereign is superior, leading, unlimited, total, infinite, royal, ruling, king-like, autonomous, free, self-governing. Those are important. So we got autonomous, free, separate. Okay, what are you separating from? The matrix, the archonic control. You are now self-governed. But what the matrix will call it is a reject or an exile, or they'll label you crazy. The matrix will label you crazy. They'll label you, all type of things. That's when you know you're on the right path. When motherfuckers start calling you crazy, especially people that knew you prior to your awakening or ascension, and they call you crazy, that's when you know you're on the right path. All that is, when they start talking about you, is their way of trying to reinforce that mental control over your autonomy and over your sovereignty. That's what they're doing. So they attack you psychologically to make you question yourself and make you pretty much be stuck in like a mental psychosis, right? Because if you're stuck in mental psychosis, then you don't really know what to believe. You're not trusting yourself. Christian, thank you, Christian. She said, I definitely need help with shadow work. What I highly recommend is meditation. And me personally, what helped, aside from the fact that at the time in the beginning of my awakening, I was smoking a lot of green stuff. But aside from that, I feel like the narcissistic relationship that I was in helped catapult me to go within myself and question myself. Like, why am I allowing myself to be treated like this? And, I started to question myself. So through meditation and my psychedelic, that's what helped me ascend, or at least awaken. And then that is what led me down a road of shadow work. I no longer wanted to be a victim. I no longer wanted to be controlled by anyone. I no longer wanted people to feel like they could take my kindness for weakness. I didn't want to be a people pleaser. That's what made me do my shadow work. I felt like I was being taken advantage of. Now I'm not there no more. But like I said, once you disassociate from that hive mind thinking, you say meditating. Okay, wait. Once we separate from that hive mind thinking, they're going to what you're going to perceive it as attack. I'm being spiritually and psychic. Most people say psychic attacks, or that's what it is when they're projecting their demons on you. Or if we don't want to use demon terminology, we could say they're projecting their shadows on you. It's not personal. It's not personal. Remember that. It's not personal. Anytime a person is being very negative and vulgar to you with no intent to empower you, they just want to tear you down, and they're not being compassionate with their criticism, then they want to re-enslave you. They're pushing their shadows on you. So don't take it personal, because they're going to do that. They're never going to stop doing that. It's just what you become. You're going to have to just become strong enough to recognize when it's them trying to put energy on you or when it's your energy. That's why the famous term know thyself is so important. You got to know yourself. You got to know your own energy. You got to know how to wield your own energy. Create your own reality consciously. You say meditate and literally give you answers and healing, and you say we should stop fucking with Greece. No, I'm not saying don't. Leave it alone, but you say never mind. You see what I'm saying? It's just I got to a point where I just went cold turkey. Like one day I just decided, like, I don't want it no more. I don't need it no more. I was just at that place. But your spirit will guide you, like, when you feel like you should stop. Anything that makes me mentally stagnant, I stop and I cut off. I just felt like I had reached my peak with the green stuff, to the point where I can express myself freely with no guilt. I can meditate without the green stuff and really go into a trance. I don't need no assistance anymore. You know, retaining information is, I just felt like it wasn't benefiting me no more. So, and you will get to places like that throughout your spiritual journey where certain things just not serving you no more. Or you may even want to try something a little more potent than the green stuff in a controlled environment where you are a safe, you know, and where you're safe in that environment and things like that. Not encouraging anybody to do anything. I'm just saying, just be responsible. Be responsible. But like I say, when I realized that the battle was of the mind and to keep me enslaved, I just started to go and look for, what does mental slavery look like? What does it feel like? And that helped me free my mind. Now we got Chat GPT. You can Google stuff. You can, you know, if you like to read books, or you can feel it. You can feel when a person is got ill intent. You can feel it. It's 4:44 a.m. and I just been talking, y'all. Y'all just listening to, ain't y'all? You say you do. It seems like you can't connect when you meditate. Well, I think the saying was, what you don't become conscious of becomes your destiny. What you don't become conscious of becomes your destiny. Everything that you need is here already. Everything that you need is here already. All of your answers exist within you. Krisha, is it that you're not connecting? Or is it that you think it's supposed to feel and look a certain way when you do connect? Sometimes meditating for me is not always sitting down in a lotus position, you know, humming. Nothing against it, but I'm just saying sometimes meditation for me looks like cleaning up in a zone, just cleaning up. Then thoughts get to doing what they do, and I get to going with them myself. Sometimes meditating for me look like dancing, just in a zone. Where I can feel spirit around me and, you know, connecting with my ancestors and things. Sometimes that's what meditation looks like. So could it be that you're looking for meditating to look and feel a certain way because of what you've been told or what people say it should be? Say, I love getting put on to information. And I be feeling like I be saying so much. I be saying so much, but I'm a, you know, very in-depth teacher. I like to teach things, and I didn't go to school for it, but I'm a teacher. I'm an educator. So yeah, that's just what I like to do. But it could be that, Krisha. Y'all also know sovereign means magnificent. It means excellent. It means fat, like PHAT. Remember in that movie, what's that movie? He was like, "You so fat." He said it to Monique. What was that movie? I can't think of the movie, but I know what I'm saying. That's interesting that he said that. But anyway, sovereign also means fantastic, first class, top notch, powerful, potent, unfailing, great, marvelous, civil, indigenous, huh. And y'all know what, when they say nobody's perfect, you become perfect when you become sovereign. Everybody is capable of becoming sovereign. It wasn't Fat Girls, it was with what's that guy that played with the Chinese guy? I say I'm getting sleepy now, but he played with the Chinese guy. What is his name? Is it? No, it ain't Chris Rock. It ain't Chris Rock, I don't think. But he remind you of Chris Rock. I forgot the name of the damn movie. Let me see. Okay, he played in Rush Hour. But what's his name? Chris Tucker. Chris Tucker. And the movie was Money Talk. Was it? No, it wasn't. It wasn't Money. Yes, it was. I think it was Money Talk. I think. It's been a minute since I've seen it. But I know it's one of the movies with Chris Tucker. You say you be taking notes. Look, y'all, I'm sleeping now. Something else I was gonna say. But we'll talk more about this. I'm always talking about this. You say, wait, was it like fat? PHAT? Yeah. Pretty hot. Yes, that one. You say, I think that's the line. Yes. I said that was interesting that sovereign and fat are anonyms to each other. Like what? But I guess it can mean like, that's crazy. It means divine. It's also showing up as a synonym to divine, top flight, heavenly, wonderful, brave, gangbuster, famous. Interesting. Wow. As y'all can see, I could talk about this all day long till my eyes turn red. All day long. And it'd be so much to unpack. So much. But there are basics. I feel like there are basics to it. And to spirituality, the concept of sovereignty and divinity, but it can get complex, but at the same time, it's simple. I think people make it complex. You say that was Money Talks, you was right. I'm gonna have to watch Money Talk. I ain't watched that in so long. I'm gonna have to watch that. That movie was so funny to me. Yeah, if you're anything like me, you into dark psychology and understanding like things around dark psychology, you'll recognize it in real time if you just study how people that operate from dark psychology energy. You have to study your enemy to know your enemy. You got to study your enemy. How else would you know how to fight back? Because people that operate from dark psychology, y'all, their only weapon is getting you rattled, getting your energy rattled. If they could trigger you, then they won. They can manipulate your energy and trigger you, then they won. They can play on your guilt. If they can love bomb you, if they could confuse you, then they won. Remember, it's a game, it's a war, it's a spiritual war. How else will you know how to fight against in this spiritual war? Because that's the thing. A lot of us were not taught how to really fight in spiritual war. We just wasn't equipped for it. So the religion don't tell you how to fight no spiritual war. They tell you to pray about every damn thing. That ain't gonna help. No, you got to know the tactics. You got to know how they manipulate energy, what they doing. The only way you're gonna know how to fight back when they attack you. And boy, will they attack you for absolutely no reason. Sometimes you ain't even got to say nothing to them. They still gonna attack you. But what you gonna do when they come for you? Me? I choose my sovereignty every time because I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up. I work too hard to get it back. It's a hard no. You say it's so much nonsense. So much nonsense, so many nuances. So many layers you could talk all day about it. It's deep intent. It's so small, y'all. I'm sorry. Intentionally, but simple too. Right. 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 And that's why I said if y'all study the cosmic laws and then study how the dark occultist uses dark psychology to manipulate the cosmic laws, then you will understand how to fight in a spiritual war. They know how to fight you. You know exactly what to do. The first weapon that the Matrix does on the children is create environments that are traumatizing and abusive. Long as they get your energy portals open and traumatized and distorted, then they hitting you energetically back all the time, back to back, playing on your mind, playing on your physical, right? Praying on everything. Just praying on you the whole time you've been praying on, didn't even know. While you thinking love and family this, family that, marriage this, marriage that. Whole time it be the ones closest to you praying on your downfall. Literally. Keeping you suppressed. You say, right, it's like being in a gang and not knowing nothing about your ops. Like you in a wild, wild west. and your only defense is a water gun. It's a wild, wild west in these spiritual streets. It's a Shark Tank. And me, I'm shooting back. No pun intended. And I don't mean that in a criminalizing way. Or maybe. It just depends on the situation. Because you got some of these beings that will go to the furthest extent to take you out. Literally. You got to protect yourself now. Some of these beings will get so angry with you that manipulating you psychologically is not good enough. They want to put hands on you, feet on you, and take you out. You know how many people tried to take me out or create situations for me to self-sabotage myself or self-harm myself? They gonna do that. For real, we in a wild, wild west. You don't strap them boots on and get your strap. And get the busting back at their ass. Because they shooting, they shots, I'm telling y'all, all day long. That's what happened for me too, y'all. I got tired of getting my ass kicked spiritually. I got tired. Y'all, you must not be tired enough. I was tired. Tired of being depressed. Tired. Tired of people feeling like they could play with me. Not no more. Well, I don't feel like I ever was like that. But what I'm saying is, people who have a kindness about them, people will take that as a weakness. Especially narcissists. They don't respect. So you know they're not going to respect you. Narcissists want all the respect. Everybody need to respect them, but they don't respect nobody. You show them emotion, they think you weak. They take your kindness for weakness. Oh, you the perfect target for me to manipulate, abuse, and traumatize. I be saying they love to say you attract. I don't like to say people attract the narcissist. I like to say you are a target for the narcissist, because narcissists know exactly who to play with. And that's why I say I'm the narcissist's worst nightmare. A narcissist is going to be punching the air fucking around with me at this point. I have mastered the art of pissing a narcissist off. Because I studied my enemy. I studied my enemy. That's the spiritual war. That empaths versus the narcissist. That's the spiritual war. You say, yeah, they feel I won't be able to feel it. You say, why when you talk about stuff like this to people, they feel like you're not of light and stuff? That's irritating. Here, let me just put it up on screen. You say, yes, I feel I want to be able to feel it. Christian, what you mean exactly? Because I don't want to just not respond to that. What do you mean exactly? You say, why when people talk about stuff like this, they feel like you're not of light? That's irritating. That's why I don't even talk to people for real no more. It's like everybody brain dead. Okay, so what I do to pretty much dead that thought, because I used to think like that too. First of all, you're not gonna wake your family up. You're not gonna wake your friends up. You're not gonna wake up nobody that you know personally. You're not. Okay, you're not gonna. You can't go take the mic from the bishop at the church and think that you're just gonna wake up the whole congregation. They gonna they gonna hit you with that holy oil and kick your ass out their church. Okay, you can't do it. But what you can do is do what I'm doing. Get on social media. Okay, use your platform. Speak your truth, and the people that resonate with you will find you. I remember one day I got all my stuff together. I got all my notes together because y'all know I love a good notebook and I love to write on my notes, right? So I got my notes together. I said, I'm finna go to my mom's house and I'm finna tell her all of this information that I found. I call myself pretty much trying to enlighten her. She basically told me I was crazy. She told me I was crazy. We kind of got into an argument. I left feeling defeated because I'm thinking this is going to be the very thing. I had the answer. I had the solution, right? I had the solution. This is going to bring us back together. We're going to be, had this good mommy and daughter relationship, mother and daughter relationship. It didn't help. It didn't help at all. I did all that for nothing. And it taught me a lesson. I can't force nobody to think something or understand nothing that I'm saying if they don't move on the frequency that you move on. When they already have their mind made up on a certain belief, they not gonna change. My grandma giggled at me so loud, like, I ain't gonna never stop loving Jesus. Okay, you got it. You got it. Go ahead on, sister, with your bad self. Literally. You say, I guess it's hard for me to understand the difference with feeling the connection with your ancestors. I think there's a misconception about your ancestors being outside of you. They're within you. Your ancestors are within you. They walk with you. You say, I bet. You say, motherfucker be wanting to fight you because they don't let people get away with what they used to get away with and everybody else. Right. My grandma, she had said too, she was like, it's just like you got these boundaries up. Do you got the, and I'm thinking like, duh, I got boundaries now. Yes. But they look at you having boundaries like, how dare you get boundaries and not allow me to manipulate you and abuse you no more. This ain't that, sir. This ain't that no more. I took my power back. Oh, I took my power back. I did something y'all thought I would never be able to do. Yes, I got boundaries. Hardcore boundaries at that. You can't get it over on me no more. I ain't falling for the okie doke. I don't care who it is. I will cut anybody off about my mental health, about my boundaries, about my respect. I'll cut you off quick and don't think nothing about it. I don't care how long we knew each other. I don't care how much I love you. I don't care about none of that. I'm very serious about my respect. Yep. And that's just how you got to be. And the people pleaser in you, when you go to set boundaries, especially with the people in your family and the people you love, that people pleaser in you gonna try to come up and rise up like, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, to try to make you feel guilty. No, you absolutely should do this. Matter of fact, I don't want nobody in my presence that don't have no boundaries, that don't have no standards, that don't have not a strong mentality. I don't even want you in my presence. Yes, I'm superior. Yes, I believe I'm superior. Why? Because I worked to get to this state of mind. You should feel like that too. That's the God energy in you. Everybody not on your level mentally, respectfully. They're not. They're not on your level. And you shouldn't have to be in spaces where you have to dumb down who you are just to fit in with people. Mm-mm. You should never have to dumb down who you are to fit in. Nowhere. He say, man, as I was talking to this dude at work, I told him how I reprogrammed my subconscious to create my reality how I want it. Dude asked me, why didn't I believe in God? Like, did I miss something? Well, people can't fathom the thought of us, you, them being a God, because they've been programmed to believe that God is outside of them. Meanwhile, the Matrix has hijacked their God in their mind, right? And using it to create their reality. One thing the Matrix cannot do is fully take over your God mind. You get what I'm saying? They only can manipulate it and hijack it and use it against you. That's all they can do. The moment you reclaim your sovereignty, your divinity, and you consciously create your reality, they got to flee. They can't do nothing with you. Because why? That's a cosmic law. They cannot override your willpower. They can't do it. They can manipulate you to believe something. That's it. Their only power is your belief. So when you go trying to explain this to people who don't believe that they are the God of their reality, they don't know how to process that. They don't know. That's why they so disconnected. It's like, why you don't believe in God, because they trying to figure out why you don't believe this program that I believe. And then they'll perceive you as the devil. You say, I can sense it in you, real strict around there. And you say, it don't matter. It's up. Once you feel like a person crossed the boundary or anything. Oh yeah, definitely. Look, I tell my kids that. I tell my oldest son that. I'm very serious about respect. I'm very serious about mutual respect, especially with my sons. When I know, as a mother, a Black woman, as a Black woman, we're up against a lot of disrespect and disregard. I will not be disrespected by my kids. Not. And if they do, we're going to deal with that. But I told my oldest son, look, you get old enough and you taking care of yourself and you ain't dependent on me for nothing. You disrespect me, you're going to be cut off too. I'm not playing that. I'll cut my own child off. In love. With love. I still love you, but no. But it won't get to that point because of the relationship that I feel I have with my kids anyway. So it's like we had that open door policy where we could talk about how we feel. It's not like, it shouldn't get to that point. Like, but the point is, you gotta be serious about your respect. That's the whole point. I can't cut my kids off for real. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, child. What?
You know it's 5 in the morning, right?
Yes, I know. Yeah. I've been on here for 4 hours.
Yes.
You say exactly they don't get it because they ain't there mentally. Be telling people you ain't got the bandwidth to. Yeah, and it ain't for you to, it ain't for you to convince them. The truth don't need no convincing. The truth don't need no confirmation either. But again, when we just learn to see things energetically and everything is vibrating on a frequency, you won't even waste your time. Like when I was like working and going to the workplace, I was quiet. I was just, peeping the scene most of the time. Like they would be intrigued by my silence and they would come talk to me. I didn't do a lot of over talking. Or when I'm around people in general, I don't do a lot of over talking. This is probably why I be on live so long, because I don't talk to a lot of people in real life. You get what I'm saying? And when I get on live, I connect with people who think like me. So then I just be talking. Now I have to force myself to get off. Because I know in real life, most people are not on that God frequency or Christ consciousness. They're not. They just not. A lot of people be jealous and envious. They operate from the frequency of jealousy and envy. A lot of people. So how could you have a genuine relationship with somebody when they're jealous of you? Or envious? How? Just for you just being you. Most people be jealous of you just being you. You don't have to say no words. You just being confident and unapologetic in your walk. And they mad because they don't know how to do it. They will find a reason to argue with you, find a reason to get a rise out of you, start an argument with you for no reason. That's just what they do. That's what I experienced. And I experienced it as I tell y'all this all the time. I experienced it as a content creator. People watch you. People sit back and they think they study you and they think they got you all figured out. And they know exactly how to attack you. You're going to be running in circles trying to figure me out. I'm always 10 steps ahead. Even when you think I'm not. Even when they think I'm not. That's how you got to be. You always be ready to switch up all the time. You can't keep up with me. Why? Because we use our mind and we're very creative and we create our own reality. Therefore, you can't fuck with me. And that's how you got to be. I will get you right up on my reality and quick. Just like I have done. Bye. You're gone. You will never hear from me again. Ever. Unless you stalking me. And don't be afraid to let people go. Don't be afraid to let people go. Let them go. You're never alone. Long as you don't abandon yourself, you're never alone. And I'm saying that to the people who don't know how to be by themselves, who don't know how to sit in their own energy because they're so used to giving their energy out to people, showing up for other people, that your glass is empty. No, fill your own glass up and give out the overflow if you want to, or if they deserve it. Everybody don't deserve it. Then you'll find yourself getting so good at giving out a little bit. People think they're getting a lot from you and they think they got you all figured out when they don't. I'm just giving you a little something. If I'm giving you a little something, trust me, it's a lot more where that come from, and I ain't giving you all of me. People be falling in love with the overflow a little bit. You say literally, it be so simple, but I'm just now realizing literally everything you just said. That's crazy. You spoke my damn life while working, just in everyday life. That's crazy. Yeah. That's why I said you will know when a person is really living that life by how they talk and their experiences. That's probably why Spirit be having me get on here talking for so long. Then I go MIA for a little time. Then I come back talking, because you'll know by their fruits. You'll know. And you ain't gotta fake. I ain't gotta fake it. You can feel the truth. You can feel it. But yeah, when you're working and you're quiet, it's like they be mad when you quiet. Like one of the girls was like, we want her to talk. I want her to talk. She need to talk. That's what she said. She need to talk. And I looked at her and said, no, I don't. I don't gotta talk to y'all. I'm listening. I hear y'all. Y'all talk about shit I don't want to talk about. And then when I start talking, they're gonna be looking at me like I think I'm better than them because I'm talking over their head. One girl even told me after she asked me for my advice, right? She was being cheated on by a guy that wasn't her man. He had a girl at home, but she was being cheated on by him. Weird. But anyway, she asked me for my advice. And I told her, stop talking to him. Cut him off. Like, what do you want me to say? Cut him off. It's simple. He not making you happy. He giving you half his time, not even that. He come over when he feel like it. He don't do nothing for you. He don't add to you. I tell you to cut him off, and you tell me I'm unhealed. She she said, oh, you must be unhealed. I said, oh, okay. Because I'm telling you something that's gonna really help you. And I'm unhealed. Okay. Fine. Don't ask me no more. Don't ask me. I didn't insert myself in your business. You told me. You say I needed to hear all this. You say I be in my head a lot about this stuff because, like you said, I don't talk to people for real. You say it's just crazy. Literally speaking, what I've been wondering about, I be thinking I'm tripping. You ain't tripping. You are not tripping. That's why I said if you have a platform, get on there and speak. And Christian, get on there and speak and just speak your truth, speak your mind. People be looking for real people. There are a lot of bots. That's why I know, like, when I start talking about this type of talk, it's not usually a lot of people on my lives. But as soon as I get to talking about some messy shit, all the bots, they come. All the matrix agents is what I call them. They come. They gather. They here for the mess. They're not here for the shit that'll help them be free and grow and ascend. It really be giving me like Harriet Tubman vibes, right? I was just explaining this to my son. Sometimes I feel like I'm some type of spiritual Harriet Tubman when it comes to freeing the minds of the people. That's my goal, right? But then you got people like how they describe the Harriet Tubman story, where you had slaves that will go back to the plantation because they was afraid to cross the river, or because they didn't know what to expect. And she had to off their ass because she ain't want them telling. She ain't want them telling. And they couldn't be trusted. Anyway, the point is, Some people are comfortable being a slave. They ain't gonna make it past the river. They ain't gonna make it. And that is okay. Because I know I'm not for everybody. I know this information is not for everybody. Boss T, what you say? But you superior. So they be mad. You say they be mad at you, but you work to get there, right? If you work, you can get there too. Exactly. Exactly. And a lot of times, like I say, a lot of people are 3D minded. So they may look at you, me, or whoever, or see me as, I don't think I give off a threat vibe, do I? I don't look like a threat, or, I even heard somebody describe me as, what was the word they use? Soft spoken. I'm a woman. I'm supposed to be, right? But anyway, people will create these perceptions of you, and then they'll believe these perceptions, and they'll think that they have you figured out. Oh, they ain't about that life. Oh, they ain't gonna do this. Oh, they soft. Or they this. You know what I'm saying? Or they don't know nothing. Whatever type of narratives they come up in their minds to make them feel like they're more superior than you. Or, they're better than you. When it really be at the root of how they perceive you, at the root, they be fearful of you. See, people really, the root of control is fear. A person who fears you want to control you. And they want to control the perceptions of how others see you too. Because you intimidate them. Your light intimidates them. Your intellect, or your dedication, your go-getter attitude, your beauty, whatever it may be. People fear what they can't control. But then they'll mask it and try to act like that's not what they really feeling or what's really going on. Instead, they will attack you. And they will try to get other people to attack you by creating smear campaigns, right? Create smear campaigns. And, oh, hey, Linda. You say, I love you. I think that's what you're saying. It's a lot of, it said it got yellow heart, or red hand. I think you may be putting emojis. I can't see it. Let me look on the YouTube. Let me see. Oh, I can see it on here. Thank you, Linda. Boss T, you say, no, you just an intelligent copper colored woman that's in tune with her soul and that threatens others, right? That ain't did nothing you did spiritually. That's what I feel. They be scared of you low key. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And it's not that you don't purposely try to, make people scared of you or whatever. I'm talking about spiritually, energetically. Your light intimidates people who haven't faced their shadows, whether they admit it or not. We know that's what's going on spiritually and energetically. They are intimidated by your light. So instead of them being inspired by you and becoming the greatest version of themselves, they attack you. Then don't let you be physically appealing and attractive. They really got a problem with you. Because it's like not how dare you be the whole package, you know? That's how they look at it. Not knowing you done been through hell and back to get to where you are. Hell, straight hell. Mm-hmm. And what they really want to do is, let me go back to your message because it was something I was going to say. All right, the divine feminine essence, right, that we all have, male and female. They want to suppress the divine feminine essence. So when you exude the divine feminine essence and your masculine and feminine are in balance and sync and you're whole, they pissed. They are pissed. That's why I talk about dark triad too. Dark triad is the thing. Let me see. Right, Boss T. And it'd be so funny. It'd be so funny because it's like, calm down, little one. Calm down. Calm down. Go have your fit over there in the corner. When you calm down, you could come out the corner. It'd be so damn funny to me. Right. It's crazy. Like, how dare you? How dare you? Dark triad. Okay. You say it was dark triad. Hold on. Let's see. I was thinking like I could just share my screen. Hold on. Yeah, I'm just gonna fall in the bed when I get off this live. Dang, where's the search? I'm just gonna fall in the bed. It's 5:30. I need to get off here. These kids gonna be up. Okay, this is my last thing for real. This is the last thing I'm talking about. And then I'm going to sleep. Hold on, y'all. I was gonna see if I could share my screen real quick. Hold on. If not, I'll just talk about it. Where is the search? So basically, okay. I want to give a picture example. Right, sacred geometry. That's what I was looking for earlier, y'all. When I was showing y'all the Kabbalah and the Merkaba, I was looking for the term sacred geometry. I don't know why it didn't come to mind. Sacred geometry has been distorted and used against us as well. Okay. But anyway, we'll talk about that another time. Let me take y'all to this. And y'all know what? Before I say that, it's this guy that's kind of, I don't know if if it's going viral now on TikTok, but he was explaining like the 13 Matrix royal families and the Divine Nine, and he was kind of like breaking it down to the point of how fraternities and sororities are the protectors of the Divine Nine and the Royal 13 Matrix families. But then at the same time, he called himself a bishop and he referred to God as Lord, and he still have religious fundamentals and indoctrinations about himself. That, he got a lot of good information about the dark occult. He broke down how Kobe Bryant was a ritual, how LeBron James knew he was about to pass away. Kobe knew he was going to pass. He went into details about like other celebrities and things like that, but he still speak from a space of religion. And I had left a comment and I was just like, teachings like this is what confuses people. It's teachings like that, where you have all this information and knowledge and intellect, but you're not being 100% truthful about the Vatican. He did mention the Great Mother, but very briefly, because he still referred to God as Lord. The Great Mother is the creator of all. So if they're not saying that and know that to be facts, then you are just another agent of the Matrix with all of your knowledge. It is the divine feminine essence that's being suppressed. And if you're not exposing that, then you are in opposition to the divine feminine energy. The Great Mother is the creator of all. All comes from her. I just needed to make that clear. Even the distorted matrix is using the divine feminine energy to keep up the illusions. She is the creative force. The divine feminine is the creative force and energy, the source. That's not to say, okay, she is the divine masculine and feminine. Put it like that. Put it like that. I just needed to say that, but I don't even know the name of this YouTube video. Y'all could go watch it. If I could remember, I'll post it in the comments because it is very informative. And I also told the people under my comment, if you take what he's saying and go look up Bobby Hemmett, you might be closer to the truth if you go that route. But you can't just take one person teaching as Bible and don't question nothing. That's what I'm saying. But if I can remember, I'll put that video in the comments. You say you're priceless. You say I really appreciate it. Thank you, Linda. Say I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, for your time. Okay. I just needed to say that. Okay. Everybody has the divine feminine in them, including man. That's your subconscious mind. Get back in touch with your emotions. All right. Now, so dang, I had the picture put up, didn't I? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Y'all see that? Let me see. Exit out. Okay. Y'all should be able to see that. It just look kind of small on my screen. Okay, so you got the black triad refers to the psychological theory that describes three interconnected personality traits. Now, y'all got to see this as, you know, an individual personality trait and from a macro perspective too, because a lot of these systems in place operate from the dark triad energy. Okay, so you got narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism. Okay, so narcissism is characterized by a grandiose sense of self-importance, a need for excessive attention and admiration, a lack of empathy, and a sense of entitlement. And then you got psychopathy, which is a lack of empathy, remorse, impulsivity, you know, a tendency towards deceit, and involves Machiavellianism is being manipulative, strategic, and willing to deceive others to achieve one's goals. Okay, often due to cynical, exploitative view of people. So we're talking about soulless and heartless people who totally disconnected from themselves and systems. Okay, the matrix hierarchy is built on the dark triad energy and system. Okay, so very manipulative, self-serving, and little regard for the feelings or well-being of others. They often describe as callous, manipulative, interpersonal styles. Okay. Now, narcissistic tactics will look like smear campaigns, copycat energy, public shame, mass critique, so passive aggressiveness, vile in thoughts. Okay, they may mimic you. They will create situations for you to feel discredited, unseen, problematic. Machiavellianism tactics will look like blacklisting or gatekeeping. Okay, so they may, like if you're in a workplace, they might go behind your back and tell your boss that you're doing something that you probably wasn't doing, or, you know, exaggerating stories and trying to make you out to be a target or limit or sabotage your opportunities. Machiavellianism is more calculated and strategic. Now, don't confuse that with being calculated and strategic in your life and being a co-creator. Remember, they exploit and distort what your natural birthright is. So if we look at it on the flip side, from the divinity in it, it will look like calculated and strategic, deceptive moves to dominate and manipulate a person or the perception of how other people perceive that person. Or they may blacklist you and gatekeep, false allyship. So they'll pretend to be your friend. They will pretend to be loyal to you. They will pretend to show up for you and be supportive of you just to exploit your weakness. So they want to be able to disarm you. They will create narratives to control you. Okay. A basically a psychopath. Okay. They may cyber stalk you or stalk you in general. They will encourage mob behavior. So they may weaponize your friends against you, your family against you, your children against you, whoever is close to you. Okay. They will do impersonations of you, identity theft. That could be literal or just what we call destiny swap, or biting off of your style, doing things like that. But if you look more into it and then you kind of personalize it to your situation. I was reading off something else. But if you personalize it to your situation, like how would dark triad look in this situation? Or you got to kind of word it to your specific situation so that you can see the tactics that's being used on you in real time. And then that way you know how to move. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's the word? So dark triad is just basically dark psychology. If you look into Machiavellianism, that'll help you understand dark psychology too. Just look into Machiavellianism and his teaching. I think Machiavelli wrote a book called Prince or something like that. Just start looking into that type of stuff. So you can see, you'll be able to spot it like, oh, I know what they on. I know what you on. I know what tactics you using right now. The greatest power you have is silence. The greatest power you have is silence. I done been fooled before, or I ain't gonna say I done been fooled before, but sometimes I done talked too much and reacted too much, and I had to learn the art of silence. You got to just be silent sometimes. Everybody not worth your time, your energy, or your reaction. It's just not. Especially when people they gonna talk about you. They gonna make rumors up about you. They gonna do smear campaigns to make you look like you're the problematic one. They're gonna do that. Let them. Unless they become a direct threat to you, then you defend yourself. Other than that, you don't have to defend everything, every rumor, every negative thing that's being said. Because they gonna weaponize their words. They gonna do it. But y'all, I'm about to go. I'm about to go. Y'all have a good morning, evening, night, whenever y'all catch this replay. To those that stick around all the way to the end, shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Y'all have a good one. Don't never stop questioning things. Okay? I'm going to sleep. My eyes are burning.